那就开始了。Okay, welcome everybody. So we are the general chairs here, and if you have any problems, look for us. One of our staffers, many of them are wearing like a yellow T-shirt. So we will have a YouTube streamcast, and we will give you the links to distribute as you see fit. And also, there is a dinner this evening, and so please try to be here, and we will guide everybody to dinner. The dinner will be at 5:30 this evening. And finally, there are no COVID restrictions legally. We have put a rapid test in everybody's bag. Anybody who feels sick, please test yourself and inform us if you are actually sick. Thank you very much, and we should be turning this over to the program chairs. Guy?
Okay, so hi, everyone, welcome. And we'll keep this short and sweet. So we just want to welcome everyone. Thank you all to everyone who submitted their work, to the speakers, to everyone who's attending the conference, and especially thank you to the general chairs for this beautiful organizational job, and to all the local staff and volunteers who have been helping out. And Hotek, would you like to add some words of wisdom? Shall we?
You'll hear more from us at the business meeting.
Okay, so without further ado, we can move to the first session. So where's Noam?
And our session chair is Prashant.
Yeah. You don't need to come up here.
Okay. Hi everyone, welcome to this rather impressive hall. And we start with the talk that I've been looking forward to hearing. So this is about constructing PLGs from one-way functions by Noam Mazur and Rafael Paz, and Noam is giving the talk.
So I'm going to talk about construction of pseudo-random generators from one-way functions. And as we all know, as we all know, one-way function is the minimal assumption in cryptography. One-way function is a function which is easy to compute but hard to invert. And most of the cryptographic primitives imply one-way function. But more importantly, we can use one-way function in order to construct many useful primitives, such as encryption scheme, signatures, and more. And one such important primitive is a pseudo-random generator. So there is the amazing result of Astad, Impagliazzo, Levin, and Luby that show that we can construct pseudo-random generators from one-way functions. And since then, there was a long sequence of work that both simplifies the construction and the proof, and get better efficiency in terms of the seed length and the number of calls to the one-way functions. But still, the proof of this theorem that one-way function implies pseudo-random generators is hard to teach. And the goal of this work is to give a simple proof, or a simpler proof, at least for the non-uniform settings, in which we start with a one-way function which is secure against non-uniform adversaries, and we construct pseudo-random generators which is secure against non-uniform adversaries. And quite surprisingly, along the way, we also get slightly better parameters. So how do we prove that one-way function implies pseudo-random generator? The general approach is to first start with a weaker notion of pseudo-randomness and show that we can construct this weaker notion from one-way functions, and then to amplify this weaker notion into pseudo-randomness. And Astad, Impagliazzo, Levin, and Luby use the notion of pseudo-entropy as the weaker notion. And Eitner, Reingond, and Vadan use the notion of next block pseudo-entropy. Both these notions are very elegant and beautiful notions that have uses in other contexts. But the key insight of this work is to come up with a more simpler weak notion of pseudo-randomness, which is just counting unpredictable bits. So what do I mean by that? So let's X be a distribution over n bits. Bloom and Micali defined the notion of next bit unpredictability. And they said that we say that a random variable over n bits has next bit unpredictability if when we read X bit after bit in an online fashion, in each point, given the prefix, we cannot predict, a polytime Turing machine cannot predict the next bit in advantage more than half plus negligible. And Yao proved that if a distribution has this property of next bit unpredictability, then this distribution is pseudo-random. So if we want to construct pseudo-random distribution, it's enough to construct a distribution with next bit unpredictability. In this work, we consider a weaker notion of unpredictability, for which we call bits unpredictability, and we only require that some of the bits are unpredictable. So instead of requiring that for every index I, given the prefix, we cannot predict the next bit, we require that there is some set of indexes, such that for every index in this set, we cannot predict the bit given the prefix. So if we read the distribution bit by bit, there is some of the bits that we cannot predict. And we let the set S to be a random variable that can be jointly distributed with X. And we want the size of this set to be as large as possible. This is what we measure. This is what we care for. So this is bits unpredictability. And the proof overview is first construct bits unpredictability from one function, or a distribution with bits unpredictability from one function, and then converting bits unpredictability to pseudo-randomness. This stage is, the second stage is very similar to the work of Eitner, Reingond, and Vadan, but since bits unpredictability is a simpler notion, then the proof is simpler and we get better parameters in the second stage. And along the way, we use simple tools like Goldreich-Levin and Chernoff. We don't need anything which is too complicated to teach. So let's start from the first part, how we construct bits unpredictability from one-way functions. So assume we have a one-way function f from n bits to n bits, and let me show you the construction. So we take m to be a random matrix, n by n matrix, and x a random string of length n. And I'm going to think about m as a function from n bits to n bits by just considering the matrix multiplication. So I'm going to think on the input as a vector of length n, and the function is the multiplication of x by m. Or in other words, the m of x is computing the Goldreich-Levin hardcore predicate between x to each one of the rows of the matrix m. And now the construction is the function gmx, a function which is parameterized by the matrix m, is just m of f of x and then m of x. So we are outputting two n bits. And this distribution, of course, is not pseudo-random. If we know m, then we can, given m of x, compute x. With high probability m is an invertible matrix. We can compute x and compute m of f of x. So this distribution is not pseudo-random. But the question is, what happens if we read this distribution bit by bit in an online fashion? And the theorem says that for a predictor that knows m, this distribution has n plus log n bits unpredictability. So there are n plus log n bits that we cannot predict when we read it bit by bit. So how do we prove it? Let me start with a simpler task. I will start with proving that this is true for regular one-way functions. So a function f is regular or r regular if every image has exactly 2 to the r preimages. So every image has the same number of preimages, which is exactly 2 to the r. And in this case, the claim is that roughly the n minus r first bits of m of f of x and the r plus log n first bits of m of x are unpredictable bits. We cannot predict those bits. And the proof is very similar to the proof to the construction of pseudo-random generators from regular one-way functions. roughly speaking, if we outputting only the green area in this scheme, only the unpredictable bits, we get something which is very close to a PRG. And with the high-level intuition is that if f is a regular one-way function, then f of x for a random x is a uniform distribution over the sets of images, which is a set of size 2 to the n over 2 to the r. So it says I mean entropy. So we can use extractor or the leftover Ash lemma or Goldreich-Levin in order to extract roughly n minus r random bits from it. And m of f of x is exactly n minus r first bits of m of f of x is exactly the Goldreich-Levin outcore predicate. So the first n minus r bits of m of f of x are random. And then the last bit of m of f of x maybe are not pseudo-random. But when we finish to read m of f of x, even if we know f of x, still the distribution of x is a uniform distribution over all possible pre-images of the image. So it's as mean entropy at least r. So again, we can extract r bits of randomness from m of x. But moreover, because f is a one-way function, we can use Goldreich-Levin in order to extract additional log n bits. So the first r plus log n bits of m of x are also pseudo-random, and we cannot predict them. So this is the proof of the construction of bits unpredictability from regular one-way function. This distribution has n plus log n bits unpredictability if f is regular one-way function. What happens with arbitrary one-way function, which is not regular? So the idea is the same construction works. And the main observation here is that every function is a combination of regular functions. What do I mean by that? So we can define for every input x the local regularity of x, the log number of pre-images of f of x. And this is some number. If f is a regular function, then this number is the same for every input. It's exactly equal to r. But in arbitrary function, this can be any number between 1 to n. But we can partition now the set of the possible inputs into n sets, such that the j set, dj, is the set of all x's such that the local regularity of x is equal to j. And the idea is that now, if we look on f restricted to this set, to dj, this function is a regular function. Now, if we use our construction of bits unpredictability from this function, we will get n plus log n bits unpredictability. And f is a combination of such regular functions. So when we use our construction on f, we get a convex combination of distribution with n plus log n bits unpredictability. And it turns out that such a convex combination is also a distribution with n plus log n bits unpredictability. So this is the construction from any one-way function. Now for the second stage, extracting from bits unpredictability pseudo-randomness, construction PRG. So we know how to construct bits unpredictability from one-way function, and we said that this distribution is not pseudo-random. We can find f of x given m of x. So we need to respect the next bit property. We need to use some extractor that uses this bit unpredictability structure. And we are going to use the simple and elegant construction of Eitner, Ancon, and Vadan. So it's going to be the same construction. So the first step is to convert bits unpredictability to what we call random bits unpredictability. The problem is that in our original distribution, we don't know which bits are unpredictable. It may be the case that for some I, the ith bit is always predictable. And then we don't want to use it, but we don't know that it's always predictable. So we change the distribution to a distribution in which each bit has the same probability to be unpredictable. And the idea is just to take random shift. So we take n copies of our original distribution, n identical copies and independent copies, and we choose a random index I. We remove the first I bits of the first block and the last m minus I bits of the last block, and output what is in the middle. And now, since I is random, the distribution of each bit in what we output is the uniform distribution over bits in the block. And then the probability of each bit to be unpredictable is exactly the expected probability of a random bit to be unpredictable. So this is the first step. And the second step is the extraction. So now we take a distribution with random bits unpredictability. We take t copies from this distribution, put each copy in a row, and we apply on each column an hash function. And we use the leftover hash lemma. And the hash function is from t bits, when t is the number of copies we take, and its output s bits when s is roughly the expected number of unpredictable bits we expect to see in each one of the columns. And this process respects the next bit unpredictability. For each distribution, we extract randomness from each bit separately. And in this point, we improve the parameters over HRV because our notion of bits unpredictability is simpler. So to conclude, we define the notion of bits unpredictability as a weaker notion of pseudo-entropy. And we gave a simple proof to the fact that we can construct pseudo-random generators from 1F functions with slightly better parameters. The construction is by constructing bits unpredictability from 1F functions and then converting bits unpredictability into pseudo-randomness. An interesting question is, of course, to simplify other proofs in cryptography. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for maybe 2 questions. I have a rather vague comment rather than a question. Something about this reminds me of polar codes, where you have this thing. What they want to do is polarize the amount of entropy conditional on something. Maybe there's something.
Yeah, yes. So it sounds very, very related. I didn't think about it, but it sounds very,
Okay.
very connected.
Anything? Yes.
Do you think that the matrix M is necessary to get bits unpredictability? Do you think that f of x comma x is also going to be bits unpredictable, as it is like a next block pseudo-entropy?
So the one of the construction of pseudo-random generators use f of x as a generator of next bit pseudo-entropy. This distribution doesn't have bits unpredictability because maybe we can predict like f of x may be unbalanced distribution. So maybe we can, maybe the first bit of f of x is with probability 3/4 equal to 1, and then it's not entirely unpredictable. But it's as pseudo-entropy, and this was the original construction of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the rest offline. Let's thank Noam again. And the next talk also relates a couple of very fundamental concepts. It's about one-way functions and sparse languages by Yanyi Liu and Rafael Paz, and Yanyi is here to give the talk.
All right, thank you, Prashant, for the introduction. And today I'm very happy to be here to talk about my work on one-way functions and sparse languages. This is a joint work with Rafael Paz. So today we're going to focus on the notion of one-way functions, proposed by Jiffy and Hammer in '76. A one-way function, well, it's just a function that's like easy to compute but hard to invert. And one-way function is really like the central object of in cryptography. And whether one function exists is, well, unequivocally the most important open problem. And because we know that one functions are both necessary and sufficient for private key encryption, pseudo-random generators, digital signatures, authentication schemes, pseudo-random functions, commutative schemes, and so on. And those primitives are often referred to as private key primitives or mini-crypt, as they exclude the notable example of public key encryption, and they also don't include multi-party computation and obfuscation. In addition, as observed by Impagliazzo in 1995, the existence of one function is equivalent to being able to sample hard instances together with its witness. So we might ask, well, how about just being able to sample hard instances? And however, this is arguably, like another biggest open problem in cryptography, which is to show that NP is hard on average implies the existence of one function. And today our focus is, getting one functions from average case hardness. And the question we're asking is, can we identify some simple properties of a language L and a distribution D, such as if L is hard on average with respect to the distribution D, implies the existence of one function. And somewhat surprisingly, today we're going to show that, if you take like a language that is sparse and a distribution that has high entropy, and they fit into our theorem, so like sparse languages, average case hardness of sparse languages gives the one functions. Okay, so let me introduce the notion of like sparsity and the notion of high entropy that we need. So recall that like a language is just like a subset of a 0 and 2 star. And we say that it's spar or it's like S spar if kind of on each slice of the language, meaning like a statement over of length n, it has at most S of n instances. So they have like a few true statements on every input length. And today we're going to focus on like the notion of sampleable distribution. The sampleable distribution is just like a distribution that can be generated by like an efficient algorithm. And we say that this distribution has entropy h if the Shannon entropy of the distribution on security parameter n is at least h of n for every n. And now we are ready to introduce the notion of a average case hardness that we rely on. So here we have like a hardness parameter alpha. So morally, the larger alpha is, the harder the language is. And we say that L is alpha hard on average with respect to the distribution D if no efficient machine H can decide the language L given like a random statement generated by D with probability at more than 1 minus alpha. For infinite many n. So if alpha is 0, this is saying, this is kind of worst case hard. And if alpha is like 1/2, this is saying nobody can do better than like a random guess. Okay, so this is the notion of average case hardness. And let me introduce our main theorem. So we show that the following 3 bullets are equivalent. So let me kind of explain what does it say. And so let's look at the implication that bullet 1 implies bullet 3. So this is saying that to deduce the existence of one function, we just need the existence of a sparse language L that is 1/2 minus 1/4 and hard on average with respect to D. So this is kind of distantly pretty hard, right? So this is saying no efficient machine can decide L with probability more than 1/2 plus 1/4n. And in addition, the distribution D has to be of entropy, h of n, and the amount of entropy should be at least, the logarithm of the sparsity of the language plus like a little bit, like a 4 log n. So if we have like a sparse language that is 1/2 minus 1/4n hard on average with respect to such a distribution, then we get one functions. And then, in addition, if we look at the implication that 3 implies 2, this is saying that if one function exists, then we get like a language that is within NP, and it's like very, very kind of average case hard. It's like strongly average case hard, namely 1/2 minus negligible, and with a distribution D that has a lot of entropy. So the entropy gap here is like n/3 as opposed to 4 log n. So, and then we can say we can see like 2 trivially implies 1. So this kind of concludes this is kind of what our main theorem is saying. So as mentioned, like average case hardness of sparse languages with high entropy implies one function, and the converse is also true. And additionally, we get hardness within NP. And I want to highlight here that somewhat intriguingly, well, there's no computability requirements on the language L. So L could be, not even efficiently computable, or not even computable, or not even like recursively enumerable. And so is the sparsity threshold S. Well, this is kind of very strange. And in addition, if you think about it, this opens up for the door of using probabilistic argument to define a hard on average language L. Say we can probably potentially use a randomized restriction or techniques like that. And let me mention that in the paper we also showed languages like KSAT and TClick, and the language of small Kolmogorov complexity strings. They are sparse, and therefore they fit into our main theorem. And note that Ilango, Ren, and Tentharne, they have already proved these implications, but they rely on the notion of a Kolmogorov complexity. And in some sense, we showed that the notion of Kolmogorov complexity was perhaps a mirage in their work, and sparsity is a central feature. Okay, so let me use the last 5 minutes to briefly explain how the proof goes, and to see that 3 implies 2, namely when functions gives average case hardness of a sparse language. We just need to consider the PRG language, meaning if the string is pseudo-random, then this is a yes instance. If it's is a uniform string, this is a no instance. And this language is distantly pretty sparse. And if you consider the distribution that's 1/2 PRG plus 1/2 uniform, is going to have a lot of entropy. And we basically conclude that this is a sparse language that is average case hard. And in addition, note that 2 trivially implies 1. So our focus today would be to argue that the existence of a sparse language, average case hard sparse language, gives a wire function. And let me briefly sketch the proof. It's actually quite simple. So we assume for contradiction that there is no wire function. And our goal is to decide the language L with respect to the distribution D. And we know that if there's no wire function, then approximate counting is possible. So meaning that given a distribution D and a string X that's sampled from D, we can count how many random tapes there are that lead the distribution D to output my sample X. So we're going to use this approximate counter to decide the language L. So how do we do? So our reduction on input a string X of length n, we'll use the approximate counter to decide whether my input string is rare, meaning here we say that the string is rare if it samples by D with very, very small probability, namely smaller than 1/2 to the entropy. And if X is rare, we simply output no. And otherwise, we output a random guess. So the reduction goes so if it takes a string and it checks what's the probability that the distribution D generates my string. And if the probability is really small, meaning it appears the string appears really rarely, and then we just say no, this is no instance. And otherwise, if it's a common, then we say we output a random guess. Okay, so let me give you a quick analysis of this reduction. So think about conditions on the event rare, meaning that if your input string is rare, you can see that we fail with only probability 1/n², very small probability. So this is because if the input string is rare, and there are just this many yes instances, so meaning most of the real strings, we're going to be a no instance, and we're going to only fail with probability 1/n², very small. And in addition, the event rare happens with probability at least 1/n, due to the distribution having high entropy. So, because it's like a high entropy distribution, so it has to sample like many like rare strings, and therefore we can conclude that so combining these 2 points, right? So if this is a real string, then I'm basically going to output the correct answer except for very small probability. And if this is a common string, then I toss a random coin and I don't lose too much. So by combining, in addition, real happens with probability 1 over n. So our algorithm will succeed with probability at least say 1/2 plus 1 over O of n, which kind of concludes our analysis. So this is basically the proof, and to conclude, today we have seen that average case hardness of sparse languages with respect to high entropy distributions implies the existence of one function. And my talk ends here. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Yanyi. We have time for a couple of questions.
Yes. Can you repeat your question? Like, what's the goal?
Do you have a mic?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Why can't you instantiate assumption 1 with a random language, which is what you suggested?
Why can't we
Yes.
instantiate with a random language? So I want to know, like, what's the kind of the goal of your arguments? You want to say construct one function like unconditional?
No, why can't you prove that 1 holds unconditionally for just a random set of strings?
Like which holds like for a random set of strings?
Your assumption 1. So your assumption 1 said that if I have a language that is concentrate, that is I don't know, is sparse and is hard on average for some distribution D, then I can get a one-way function out of that.
Switch back to the slide.
I think you need an efficient sampler, Andre.
Huh? You need an efficient sampler for D? Okay.
Yeah, you need
okay.
like a, so
So there is
in
an
this
assumption
talk
on
we're
D.
going to focus, like we focus on like sample distribution.
Okay, okay.
So you have to have like an efficient sampleable distribution. Thanks for the question.
Okay, we can take one more question while maybe you can set up the next speaker. I think. Okay, if not, let's thank Yanyi again. Okay, the next talk is going to be online. It is about security proofs for certain kinds of key alternating ciphers in an idealized model. It's by Lixing Yu, Yusai Wu, Yu Yu, Jinfu Sao, and Xiaolei Dong. The talk will be given by Yusai Wu as soon as they appear on the screen.
Okay, thanks for the introduction.
One second, we can't see your slides yet. Yes, you're good.
Can you see me sharing?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the introduction. Due to visa issues, I can't attend this conference live in Taipei, which is a pity for me. So I will give my talk online. Well, let's get started. Hi, good morning. Welcome to my presentation on security proofs for key alternating ciphers with non-independent random permutations. This is a joint work with Lixing, Yu, Zhengfu, and Xiaolei. Let's first see the definition of key alternating ciphers. CAC is very simple, just alternately XORing one round key and invoking one round permutation. Each string in the figure has the same length denoted by n bit. It provides a general framework for constructing block ciphers such as AES. In T-round CAC, also round keys and permutations are independent and random. In symmetric cryptography, provable security is often to show that if the components are secure, then the construction is also somewhat secure. Then in practice, we just need to design secure components for instead. This work focuses on the random permutation model, which will be defined later. For T-round CAC, the well-known result shows that if the round keys and permutations are perfectly secure, then the T-round CAC is also almost perfectly secure up to the 2 to the Tn of T plus 1 queries. Note here that the proof is information theoretic and not by reductions, and the result does not rely on any unproved hypothesis. Because the two assumptions are quite strong, a natural question is whether the assumptions can be weakened. Referring to the practical ciphers such as AES, the dream version of T-round CAC is that all the round keys are generated from a short string, and all the round permutations are the same. This work achieves the second minimization. More generally, we also consider the CAC-type constructions, where the round keys are independent and random, and the round permutations are non-independent. This means that the same round permutation can be used in different rounds. What we're most interested is the CAC with a single permutation, named KCSP. As we can see, all the round permutations in KCSP are the same. This work focuses on the random permutation model, where the distinguisher aims to distinguish CAC from a truly random permutation named P0. Additionally, the distinguisher also has the black box access to the underlying permutations. Therefore, the distinguisher D faces T plus 1 oracles in either world. The only difference is that the construction oracle CAC in real world depends on the other T primitive oracles, while the construction oracle P0 in ideal world is independent of the other T primitive oracles. Similarly, in T-round KCSP, the distinguisher D only faces 2 oracles in either world. We now review the known security bounds of CAC and KCSP. The measurement here is the query complexity, because the adversary is computationally unbounded. In previous work, the proof of KCSP is much more difficult than that of CAC, and there's no security proof for KCSP with 4 or more rounds. This work addresses this problem, and its proof is not as difficult as previously thought. The main contribution of our work is to prove that T-round KCSP is secure up to the 2 to the Tn of T plus 1 queries for all T. In other words, the T-round KCSP and the T-round CAC essentially have the same security level. What does it mean? It is known that practical ciphers such as AES often use the same round permutation. Now we can see that this design philosophy is theoretically sound. Compared to previous work on 3-round KCSP, our proof is significantly simpler, and the security bound is more accurate. In particular, we propose general proof techniques for constructions with non-dependent round permutations. As byproducts, we are also able to prove a tight security bound for any T-round CAC-type construction. Now we outline the proofs at a high level. First of all, the interaction between the distinguisher and oracles can be recorded as a transcript, which includes all information that the distinguisher can know. Any transcript consists of 4 tuples, and each tuple correspond to query and its response. We use T-real to denote the transcript distribution in real world, and use T-ideal to denote the distribution in ideal world. We follow the graph view used in CS14 to represent transcripts. In brief, if we know that pi of u is equal to v, then we draw a pi edge from u to v. At a high level, the proof uses the well-known edge coefficient technique, which turns the main task of security proof into bounding combinatorial probabilities. The main challenge is to lower bound this ratio for any good transcript. Typically, the difficult part is the probability in real world. Our techniques focus on lower bounding this probability, which is essentially a complex combinatorial problem. We start by illustrating a transcript for 3-round CAG in graph view. In this figure, the green highlights are the ones fixed by the transcript, whereas the Q1, Q2, Q3 represent the primitive queries, and the Q0 represents the construction queries. The key probability to bound is defined as the P of tau. Its intuitive explanation is that each starting point xi ends exactly at the corresponding destination yi, and this probability is over the pi's highlighted in yellow. They are truly random permutations compatible with qi's. This is essentially a general counting problem. What we really need is a good lower bound, and we will use constructive methods to get there. Now let's see what happens when we move to KCSP. The change is that all the random permutations and the random primitive queries are identical here. Thus, the probability P of tau is over the only one truly random permutation, P1. The nature of identical random permutations introduces additional difficulties. First, each new edge affects all rounds. For example, if we define that P1 of u is equal to v, then this edge will be added to each round graph. Second, one edge can be reused in different rounds. For example, as we can see, an edge can be reused twice in the same path. Or an edge can be reused twice in 2 different paths. Moreover, there is no limit to the number of times an edge can be reused. All of this makes the counting extremely complicated. Fortunately, what we need is a lower bound, so our solution is to use carefully designed methods to construct paths, and then count them. Next, we outline some key ideas in the proofs. The first is a general transformation, that can significantly simplify the proofs. In a good transcript, there may be different types of pairs xi, yi, and this transformation allows us to consider only one type. In particular, this transformation works for all CAG and CAG type constructions. For example, in 3-round KCSP, there are 6 possible types. We let each of the first 6 pairs to illustrate one type. Our transformation is to replace all pairs of the first 5 types with type 6 pairs and leave the set Q1 unchanged. In other words, the set of paths to be connected becomes Q0 hat. However, this direct transformation alone is not enough. We should additionally require the replaced pairs to be connected in the most wasteful way. The meaning of the most wasteful way is literal. That is, we always use new edges to connect paths, and each new edge cannot be reused. We can prove that the probability that all the paths are connected becomes smaller after the transformation. Therefore, our task shifts to finding a good enough lower bound for the new probability p hat of tau. In contrast, without this transformation, we need to handle about t-squared cases for a t-rounded construction. But now, we only need to deal with one case for any t. To lower bound the target probability p hat of tau, we partition the sample space according to the number of new edges used to complete the Q paths. The size of each set Si can be determined by a concept named core, which represents the set of edges used in the Q paths. Therefore, we will construct the cores explicitly using well-designed methods, and then sum up all their cardinalities. Obviously, the constructed green part must be a lower bound of the sample space. Nonetheless, we should point out that obtaining a good enough lower bound is challenging and involves many technicalities. Please refer to the full version on ePrint for more details. You can also find us via email. Any questions are very welcome. Finally, we conclude this talk by providing more insights from proofs. Because our proof is constructive, we actually sketch a rough picture of the sample space. In particular, the proportion of the most full way decreases as the dependence of random permutations increases. Second, the vast majority of reused edges are used exactly twice. Furthermore, in addition to the CAC and CAC type constructions, we believe that using our general techniques, the security proofs for other constructions with non-dependent permutations should also no longer be a problem. Okay, that's all for this sharing. Thank you all for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Yosai. Do we have any questions while Alon sets up? If not, let's thank Yosai again.
Thank you all.
The next talk is about constructing public key encryption from some interesting new combinatorial assumptions. It's by Andrei Bogdanov, Pravesh Kothari, and Alon Rosen, and Alon is giving the talk.
Thank you, Prashant. Can you hear me? Is the pointer working? Ah, good. Hi, everybody. This is joint work with Andrei Bogdanov and Pravesh Kothari. Works. Okay. So the work is about searching new public key encryptions. I will not say it's a more important open problem than proving the existence of one-way functions, but I think it is. So it's just because it's more challenging, and one-way functions we could find heuristically more easily plausible candidates, whereas for public key encryption it's much harder. So we do think it's an important problem, and following the footsteps of Appelbaum, Barak, and Vigdezon, who tried already over a decade ago to come up with the alternative candidates, we'll re-examine the question with constructions that are related to their constructions. They gave, I wrote 3, but I think it's actually 2 constructions in 2010 based on 3 assumptions.
The assumptions are different in nature, and I will give you an idea of what kind of assumptions we want to rely on. So in this work, we give a new candidate public key encryption that is ABW-like. It has a quasi-polynomial security. It's not very secure, but it is still, we think, interesting. And one interesting and prominent feature of this candidate is that we guide the design and the justification of its security using the so-called low-degree method, which is a sort of a heuristic leap of faith for arguing indistinguishability of distributions. Traditionally, this comes from the field of hypothesis testing. And more generally, we think it's an interesting direction to try and tie cryptography to the field of statistical inference. I hope I'll have time in the end of the talk to talk about it a bit. Okay, so how does the candidate public key encryption look like? And this is a blueprint that is also followed by Appelbaum, Bach, and Vigdorson at a high level. So the public key is a pseudorandom generator that takes n bits to m bits. This is too much. Encryptions of 0 are just pseudorandom strings. You pick a random x and map it to a pseudorandom string. And encryptions of 1 are just random strings. So indistinguishability of ciphertext follows from pseudorandomness directly. And then you need to specify how to decrypt. And you do this by planting some structure in the description of the pseudorandom generator that enables you, the planter, to distinguish between a random and a pseudorandom. And the challenge will be to find ways how to plant the trapdoor in H so that the pseudorandom generator remains a pseudorandom generator, so that nobody else besides the planter can distinguish. So we call the description of this pseudorandom generator H. As you see, we'll see later in our case, it will be a hypergraph. And there are two ways to conceivably plant this secret information. One is statistical, so you plant the secret information in a way that is statistically indistinguishable from a random object H, and the other one is computational. ABW's public key encryption schemes, one planted statistically, one planted computationally. And also in this work, we plant in a way that is computationally indistinguishable from random. What you get in other cases is that distribution, when you use a planted H versus a random H, is that it's indistinguishable from the random Y, and hence you get computationally indistinguishability of encryptions of 0 from encryptions of 1. So the pseudorandom generator that we are going to consider is a very simple one. It's a Goldratt's function. It has n bits of inputs at the bottom and m bits of output at the top. And the construction is specified by this bipartite graph or a hypergraph. In our case, the degree of the hypergraph will be 5. 3 out of the 5 bits of every output, every output bit will be used to XOR the corresponding input bits, and the 2 other bits will be used to AND the remaining 2 bits and XOR to them. So this is the predicate. I will try again with this. So you have 5 bits of input. You XOR 3 of them, and then you XOR the result with the AND of 2 bits. You can think of the XOR of the 3 bits as the linear part and the AND as the noise part of the linear part. We will now, in this short talk, focus only on the linear part. One thing to notice is that there's a limit to how much the output length can be longer than the input length. In particular, when n is the input length and m is the output length, then when m is roughly n to the 3/2, this generator is not pseudorandom. And the reason is the following. You view the output of the generator as noisy linear equations, as we just specified. When m equals 3/2 is the square root of n choose 3, that's where it comes from, you have collisions by the birthday bound, meaning that you have repetitions of the linear part, which means that you can XOR the bits where you have this collision and cancel out the linear part. And now you have a XOR of 2 ends, and this is a 1/4 bias bit, which can be used to distinguish random from pseudorandom. More generally, you could think of, instead of collisions of 2 elements, you could think of longer linear cancellations, length L cancellation, essentially things that XOR to 0, like a length L subset of bits that XOR to 0. And again, if the If you allow for longer dependencies, they're more likely to exist. If they're too long, the bias will be too small. You will not get the distinguishing probability. So what you want is you want to find this middle ground where the dependencies are not too short, but not too long, and they abound. And the dependencies that we consider in this work are logarithmically long, and this is what we'll use for the public key encryption scheme. It looks like this. This is a linear algebraic way of viewing the entire H, distribution H. Think of it as operations mod 2. So you have a matrix with n columns. This is corresponds to the input size of the pseudo-random generator, and m rows. This corresponds to the output size of the pseudo-random generator. Each row has exactly 3 ones. These are the bits that are selected to be XORed in each one of the m output bits. And now you want to examine at what length you get linear dependencies. Clearly, if you allow linear dependencies of length n plus 1, you will get for sure linear dependencies because you have n columns. Also notice that since the rows, each row is chosen at random, it has very low weight. It has weight 3, then with noticeable probability, you'll get a collision just by virtue of the low number of possibilities for each of these rows. But what we will be interested in the existence of many such collisions, and these are not guaranteed in this setting of parameters where you just go below the birthday bound, just a bit below the birthday bound. So the probability here is just 1 over poly n, and you expect a small number of collisions. There is a remarkable theorem that emerged in the context of random 3-SAT by Feige, Kim, and Ofek that shows that with the probability almost 1, you get exponentially many short dependencies of a sublinear length, n to the 2 delta, where delta is how much you are below n to the 1.5. But this is too long for us because the bias that you get from this kind of dependencies is too small. It's exponentially small. So this is why in particular I focus on logarithmic dependencies. And the problem with logarithmic dependencies is that we do not expect them to abound too much for these parameters. So what we do, we plant these dependencies in the graph with the hope that it's computationally hard to detect them. And our reasoning is based on the low degree method where we used to justify, this indistinguishability. So how does it look like? The object we're talking about is a subset of the rows. It's like a sub-hypergraph of this hypergraph with m edges. The object, we call it a hyperloop, but it's just a fancy name for a short linear dependency mode 2. And what do you need for a short linear dependency mode 2? You need that every column has an even number of ones. So then if you XOR all the rows in this subset, you get a 0, the all 0 vector, mode 2. So in short, a length L hyperloop is a length L linear dependency. How does a hyperloop look as a bipartite graph? It looks like this. You can see that in this case, every input node doesn't only have even the out degree, but it says, in fact, out degree 2. So this is a very strong kind of hyperloop. And we have 9 nodes. This is how a planted hyperloop looks like visually. In our construction, we plant n to the epsilon identical hyperloops. So we fix a hyperloop, the one that you saw or something related to the one that you saw. You know that this is the hyperloop that we're going to be planting, and we challenge you to find the planted hyperloop when we sample the planted distribution accordingly. So the conjecture is that the planting is computationally indistinguishable against quasi-polynomial adversaries. It's sufficient for security, not clear that it's necessary. Maybe the construction is secure even if the planting is distinguishable. It's just that using this, we can elegantly argue security of the encryption scheme. As I mentioned, the two distributions planted and not planted are not statistically close for the reason that I mentioned. One last thing I want to mention is this low degree method, which is something relatively new to the cryptography community, I think. And essentially, it can be summarized in this sentence. If you have two distributions that cannot be distinguished by no degree D polynomial, no low degree polynomial, then no adversary or no distinguisher that runs in time n choose D can distinguish between the two distributions. If you take T to be logarithmic, for instance, you get indistinguishability against quasi-polynomial time distinguishers. Empirically, in the hypothesis testing community, this corresponds to the best known algorithms for distinguishing this kind of planted distributions. I have to warn you, it's not a sound model. It does not model algebraic attacks, so it's not like an unconditional proof of security. But it can be, and it has been in our case, a useful guide on how to plant. I'm going to skip this slide because I think I'm short of time. I just want to show you a specific hyperloop that one could consider. So, and the criterion that we were guided to by considering low degree indistinguishability. So what you see on the right is just a dual view of the graph on the left. Since each vertex here has degree 2, you can view it as an edge here. And then you can view the vertices as edges. So these two objects are just different representation of the same graph. And the regular graph on the right, the property that we need from it is that it's a small set expanding. And once you guarantee that the graph on the right is small set expanding, and you plant it, it falls out from our theorem that the distributions are low degree indistinguishable. And the nice thing is that we're planting very small objects, logarithmic size objects, so we can exhaustively search in an automated way and test whether the graph that we're planting is small set expanding by just going over all possibilities. Since it's such small object, here's another object that we found on 14 vertices, and we certified that it's small set expanding, and then we can claim the following quantitative claim. No degree 1 minus epsilon D distinguisher can detect this L0 equals 14 vertex hyperloop with constant advantage as long as the number of output bits in the generator is less than 3/2 minus 1/8. This is an unconditional statement given an epsilon. Okay, how much time do I have, Prashant? A minute, so I'll stop here for questions.
Thank you, Alon. Any questions? Question. The end to the 3/2 bound came because you said there would be collisions beyond that, right? But what if you sampled without replacement?
Then there will be no collisions, but I don't. Ander, do you know what will happen to the pseudo-randomness?
Yeah, there are other attacks.
Other attacks, okay.
Okay, I'll ask you more later. The next speaker can please set up, please. Thanks again, Alon. So the next talk is about, again, assuming certain other interesting combinatorial assumptions about planted subgraphs to do set of very different things, actually, different interesting things. The work is by Damiano Abram, Amos Bemel, Yuval Ishai, Eyal Kushilevitz, and Varun Narayanan, and Damiano is giving the talk.
Thank you for the introduction. Now I'm going to talk about this work in which we studied a new application of planted graph assumptions in cryptography. And we mainly focus on two topics, namely private simultaneous messages protocols and secret sharing. So I would say the main application, the main contribution of our work is the introduction of two new assumptions that we called planted subgraph and planted random subgraph. From the first family of these assumptions, we managed to build private simultaneous messages protocols with public information, and I will explain later what this means. And yeah, these protocols allow to securely evaluate the function f with domain n times n, with messages that are logarithmic in n from the parties.
From the second family of assumptions, instead, we managed to build a forbidden graph secret sharing scheme with public information. And that means essentially that when we secret share a bit, we not only provide shares to the parties, but also some public information that is needed during the reconstruction phase. And yeah, this scheme has a share size that is logarithmic in the number of parties. Next, we studied what is possible in the context of secret sharing with public information and computational security. And we, in particular, found some lower bounds one for generic access structures and one for 2 out of n secret sharing. And finally, we focused some more on this last topic, and we asked if it is actually possible to obtain 2 out of n secret sharing schemes with public information that are better actually than Shamir, meaning that the share size is now 1 minus delta times log n, so where delta is some positive constant. And yeah, we couldn't really answer this question, but we reformulated it in an equivalent way, usually using a planted graph problem that can be interesting beyond the topics of this presentation. Okay, so let's start by explaining what planted graph problems are. So for planting, we deal with 2 distributions. The first one is called D8, and it's the distribution of the hidden graph. This is a graph with n nodes, and yeah, the distribution can be arbitrary. For instance, it can be our favorite distribution for this presentation, that is the octopus graph, and yeah, ignore that it's just a cycle. Then there is a second distribution called DA, that is the distribution of the ambient graph. This is a graph that is larger. It has capital N nodes. And yeah, in all the application we will see today, the ambient graph distribution is uniformly random, so it is graphs like the one you see on the slide. Now, what does it mean planting? So our goal is to plant a copy of the hidden graph in the ambient graph. And we do this by sampling lowercase n random nodes of the ambient graph. And we connect them with an edge if and only if the corresponding 2 nodes in the hidden graph are adjacent in the hidden graph. Okay, given these 2 distributions, we can consider a decision problem in which the adversary is provided with a hidden graph coming from the distribution D8, and a larger graph that is obtained by an ambient graph by either planting the hidden graph or not doing it. And what we argue is that for some distribution DA and D8, this problem is actually hard. There is another variance of these assumptions that we call planted graph with hints. And here, essentially, we provide some leakage to the adversary. In particular, we specify where a subset of the nodes of the hidden graphs are planted. For instance, we can reveal where the head of the octopus is. And yeah, the adversary now will be given either with a large ambient graph that contains the whole octopus, and we leak where the head is, or we just provide a graph that contains only the head and nothing else. And yeah, again, we argue that for some distribution DA and D8, this decision problem is hard. So, of course, like planted graph assumptions are a quite large family. So it depends a lot on this distribution D8 and DA. So in the paper, we consider several applications, several instantiations. And yeah, probably the most popular is the planted click assumption, which is well studied. We know it since the 90s, and I would say that it's generally a well-studied problem. Yeah. In this setting, the distribution D8 of the hidden graph is deterministic, and actually it outputs a node click. And the ambient graph is uniformly random. In this work, we introduced 2 new variants of these planted graph problems. The first one is the planted subgraph problem. The second one is the planted random subgraph problem. In both cases, the ambient graph will be random, as for planted clicks. What changes are instead the distribution of the hidden graphs. For planted subgraph, as for planted click, the distribution is deterministic. But instead of planting a click, we plant any graph you want. For instance, the octopus graph. For planted random graph, instead, the hidden graph is a random lowercase n node graph. And yeah, what we conjecture is actually that the hardness of these problems increases if we go from the left to the right of the slide. So essentially what I'm saying is the click is the easiest subgraph we can detect. And the idea behind this is that clicks are very symmetrical objects that are extremely dense, whereas a generic subgraph don't have these properties. So we can leverage the symmetry of clicks to detect them. And our conjecture is actually supported by some low-degree analysis that we perform on the problem, and yeah, Alon explained earlier what it is. Okay, what about parameters? How big should the ambient graph be in order to hide the planted subgraph? For planted click problem, this is a well-known fact that the ambient graph should be at least n to the 2 plus delta, where delta is some positive constant. For a planted subgraph, I mean, we believe that this problem is harder to solve, so we conjecture that for an overwhelming fraction of all planted subgraph, it is sufficient to have ambient graph of size n to the 1 plus delta. So notice 2 plus delta on the left, 1 plus delta on the right. And yeah, this would imply that for planted random subgraph, n to the 1 plus delta is sufficient. There is, however, a caveat, and the caveat is that these decision problems hold only against quasi-polynomial time adversaries, and the distinguishing advantage is not negligible, but actually it's inverse polynomial. And these two properties will actually be inherited by all our applications, and yeah, there is a way to fix them, for instance, with the advantage using the Yao XOR lemma in some cases, but yeah, it has a little cost in the increasing the share size, but yeah. There is also good news. We believe that these assumptions hold even if we provide hints, as long as these are constant in number. So in our application, the number of leaked nodes will be exactly 2. Okay, for the rest of the talk, I want to focus on our private simultaneous message protocol, and I will start by explaining what this public information means. So suppose that we have a function f with domain n times n and output in just a bit, and we have 3 parties, Alice, Bob, and Carol, where Alice and Bob hold some inputs x and y in between 0 and n, and they want to provide Carol with the valuation of f on x and y without leaking any additional information. So in a private simultaneous message protocol with public information, we rely on a setup. This setup provides Alice and Bob with some correlated randomness S0 and S1, plus some public information that is given to Carol or also the 3 parties. And yeah, this is the novelty. So in standard PSM, without public information, there is no I. After this setup, Alice and Bob will encode their inputs using the correlated randomness, and from that, Carol reconstructs the output in a secure way without learning anything else. So now I want to explain how we build our PSM protocol by using an example. Suppose that the function f just outputs 1 if x is equal to y or y is equal to x plus 1 modulo n. We represent this function f as a bipartite graph. So one side is for Alice, and there will be n nodes, 1 for each of her inputs, possible inputs. And the other side is for Bob, and again, there are n nodes, 1 for each possible inputs. And yeah, we connect each pair of nodes if and only if the evaluation of the function on the corresponding inputs gives 1. Now, this is actually isomorphic to the octopus graph, so we can represent it in this way. And yeah, our setup in the PSM protocol will just plant this graph into a larger ambient graph. And this will consist of the public information. The correlated randomness S0 and S1 will be instead the position of the blue nodes for Alice, so those corresponding to her inputs, and the position of the red nodes for Bob, again, those corresponding to the inputs of Bob. So now the question is, how do we perform the evaluation of the function? Well, Alice and Bob just need to take their input. They consider the node the position of the node that encodes such input, and we'll just communicate it to Carol. So just to give an example, if Alice and Bob have inputs 3 and 3, so the evaluation should lead to 1. Alice will send the blue node on the left, which encodes 3. Bob will send the red node on the right. And yeah, now if we switch to Carol's perspective, what she will see is the following: this large random looking graph with 2 nodes. These 2 nodes are connected, so it will know that the output of the function is actually 1, because I mean, these are 2 nodes of the subgraph that are connected, so it must be that the output is 1. However, Carol doesn't know which edge of the octopus it is given, so it will learn nothing else. Okay, and yeah, the message size M0 and M1 is logarithmic in n, so it's easy to check. Okay, this is the end of the talk, and here there is a slide with a summary of the results. And yeah, I want to point out an open question, namely whether there exists a better way of planting so that we have either a negligible advantage or security against sub-exponential time adversaries. And yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Damiano. Do we have any questions? I have a couple of questions while the next speaker sets up about the assumptions. The lower bounds on the low degree method you show, is that also with the hints?
Yeah, also with the hints.
Okay.
As long as they are constant in number. Yeah.
Okay. And the other question is for let's take the planted clique problem, right? Are there other families of algorithms for which people have shown lower bounds for that?
Maybe I didn't understand what you mean.
For the planted clique problem,
yeah,
we have lower bounds on low degree algorithms.
Yeah.
Do we also have lower bounds, for example, on lattice algorithms or something like that?
With the low degree method, I don't think
Outside of the low degree method?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks again, Damiano. The last talk of the session is on constructing batch verification protocols with some helper oracles. The work is by Amit Agarwal, Naveed Alamati, Dakshita Khurana, Srinivasan Raghuraman, and Peter Rindal, and the talk is being given by Amit.
Hi. So today I would like to talk about my work on black box verifiable computation, and this is joint work with my co-authors Naveed Alamati, Dakshita Khurana, Srinivasan Raghuraman, and Peter Rindal. So let me start by first describing the problem. So here we have a client, and think of this client as a weak device, which has a batch of n inputs, x1 up till xn, and it would like to outsource the computation of function f, belonging to some class capital F, to a much powerful server. And the server is holding some code or circuit for which is implementing the function f. So after this interaction, the client would like to output n values, y1 up till yn, which are supposedly the function evaluated on the batch of n inputs, x1 up till xn. And as usual, we require completeness, which says that if the server is honest, then the client values, the values that the client outputs, y1 up till yn, is equal to the function evaluated on the n inputs. If the soundness, which says that if the server is malicious, then either the client outputs the right values or it aborts with high probability. Third, efficient verification, which says that the client's running time should be better than just recomputing the function from scratch on all the n inputs. More formally, it should be sublinear in n times t of f, where t of f is the time complexity of computing f. So together, these three requirements are standard in any verifiable outsourcing scheme. The fourth property that we introduced new in this work is called black box verification. This, at a high level, it says that the client's protocol should be oblivious of the exact circuit or the code or the implementation for the function f that the server is using. And this is motivated by natural use cases. So for example, imagine, let's say, f is just matrix multiplication function, and the server is providing some cloud computing service for implementing this function. The client might not be willing to go through the burden of auditing the implementation or the code or the circuit for the function that the server is implementing. Also, it might be possible that the server is just making frequent code updates to its implementation for the function, in which case the client would not like to redo the process of auditing. And it might also be the case that the code or the circuit for the function C sub f is proprietary, and the server doesn't want to disclose it to the client. So in the next slide, we'll model this black box verification more formally. So here is the setting, and the way we model it is the following. So we allow clients some access to some oracles. So the first oracle is this function oracle, which basically takes as input some value and outputs f applied to that input. Along with this, we also allow the client access to some helper oracles. Each helper oracle, ith helper oracle, is implementing the function g sub I. And think of these as some low complexity oracles, low complexity compared to the function f. Looking ahead, we will allow the client to make some small number of queries to this function oracle and some large number of queries to this low complexity helper oracles, in a way so that we still have efficient verification. And we call this model as oracle-aided batch verification in the paper, OBVC for short. So for non-triviality, we require that these helper oracles are less complicated than the function oracle. So formally, the time complexity of these helper oracles should be less than the function oracle. And for efficient verification, we put the following constraints. So we say that the number of oracle queries that the client makes to this function oracle should be some order lambda, where lambda is some security parameter. Note that lambda here is just independent of n. N can be, let's say, 1 million, lambda would be like 128. And then we also say that the number of oracle queries that client makes to these helper oracles can be as large as n times lambda, order n times lambda. Along with this, the running time of the client should be sublinear in n times t of f multiplied with some poly lambda. And if you put these three constraints together, it basically captures the fact that the total workload on the verifier side, meaning the work done by the oracles plus the work done by the verifier, is sublinear in n times t of f. So as a positive result, we show the following, that if you assume homomorphic encryption, then there exists a black box verifiable computation scheme for this class of random self-reducible functions, which I will explain later. And at a very high level, we use this random self-reducibility property to achieve this notion of black box verification in a way which is inspired from prior work on program testing and correction. Along with this, we put in a kind of cut and choose check along with homomorphic encryption and RSR to get efficient verification while retaining soundness. So in the next slide, I will describe how our protocol looks like for the special case before going into that, let me first give you some background on what random self-reducibility is. So let's say we have a function f, and this function is said to have k RSR, where k is some constant, depending on the function, if it has these two algorithms, RSR encode and RSR decode. So what RSR encode does is, it takes as input some value x in the domain of the function, and it splits it up into k pieces, u1 up till uk, where each piece individually is uniformly random. Now, if you apply f to these individual pieces, you get some values v1 up till vk, and then RSR decode can take in these values and output some value y, which equals f of x. The property that we have here is that RSR encode and decode procedures are much simpler than the function f itself. More formally, their time complexities are much smaller than the time complexity of computing f. And there are different examples of RSR functions depending on different values of k. So in this slide now, I'll show you a basic protocol for functions which have k RSR, where k equals 1. So imagine we have this function f which has k RSR, where k equals exactly 1. And the client wishes to outsource the computation of x1 up till xn on this function f to the server. So as a first step, we allow the client access to this function oracle as was prescribed in our model, along with the helper oracles, which are precisely RSR encode and decode. So as a first step, what client does is it takes these n inputs, x1 up till xn, and forms this matrix of n cross lambda, where the ith column in this matrix is formed by invoking the RSR encode procedure on the ith input x sub I independently lambda many times. So the client does this for all the n inputs and gets this matrix n cross lambda matrix. Then, so first note that each value in this matrix is uniformly random and independent from everything else. Now the client shuffles this matrix, and we call this M, and sends this shuffled matrix to the server. The algorithm on the server side is very simple. It just needs to apply its circuit individually to each entry of M to obtain a new matrix M prime. So it just evaluates the function on each entry of the matrix M, and then sends over this M prime to the client. Now client, as a first step, reverse shuffles this matrix M prime that it receives from the server. And as I mentioned before, it does a kind of cut and choose check on this matrix N. Now let me elaborate what this cut and choose check is. So think of N as this, capital N as this N cross lambda matrix of V values, V sub ij values. So the client selects some subset of these entries from this matrix circled in red. And for each circled entry, it checks whether the value inside that entry, which is V, equals to F applied to the same, the U value at the same location in the original matrix that it formed. So, and exactly here is the place where it invokes this function oracle, because it needs to compute the function f for this check. And if this check passes for all these circled entries, the guarantee that we get is the following. We get a guarantee that all columns in N have majority correct values with high probability. Once we have this guarantee, the client can apply RSR decode procedure on each cell of this matrix N, and then perform a majority decoding on each column corresponding to ith input to get the Y values out. Okay, so just a high level intuition on why soundness holds. So completeness holds directly from the correctness property of RSR. Soundness holds because of the following reason. So suppose you are dealing with a malicious server. The malicious server, when it computes the circuit C sub f on each entry of the matrix, it can do two kinds of attacks. Either it can corrupt too many entries in this matrix M prime, in which case it will get caught in the cut and choose check. Or the second kind of attack is that it corrupts only a very few entries in the matrix. Now if it corrupts very few matrix in the matrix M prime, then because the entries are uniformly distributed because of RSR, we can argue that the corruption patterns would be distributed uniformly across all the columns. And in that case, the client can error correct these corruptions by applying the RSR decode and the majority decoding. So some observations. So note that the client-side verification here is completely oblivious of the circuit that the server is using. It doesn't depend on the circuit at all. This is in contrast with known snark techniques, which require the client and server to agree on some fixed circuit for F before entering the verification procedure. And hence, they are not black box. We also show that the size of the cut and choose check can be as small as log square lambda, where lambda is some security parameter, And this suffices to get a negligible soundness error. Let's also look at what the efficiency is on the verifier side. So in the protocol, the verifier only needs to make log square lambda queries to the function oracle, n times lambda queries to the helper oracles, which are RSR encode and decode, and order n times lambda local computation, which is because of the shuffling and the majority decoding steps. Now let me give you an intuition on how we extended to k RSR functions where k is greater than 1. So we saw the case for k equals 1. So the main challenge here is that the outputs of RSR encode procedure are not jointly random. Although they are individually random, jointly they are not. And what happens is that if you run the protocol exactly as I described, the malicious prover can try to figure out which U values are originating from which particular input values X. And then it can selectively corrupt those values and avoid getting caught in the cut and choose check. The solution here is that we encrypt each U value under a fresh public key and send these shuffled encrypted U values to the server. Now, in order for the prover to apply F on this encrypted values, we need the encryption scheme to be homomorphic. And here is where we need the assumption of homomorphic encryption. And then after that, the verifier, after receiving the responses from the server, can locally decrypt and perform the cut and choose check as before. And the soundness proof for this protocol also turns out to be slightly non-trivial. In the paper, we need to formalize a kind of no signaling guarantee in order to show the formal proof. Now in the paper, we also have an impossibility result. So a wishful aim for the impossibility result would be to tightly characterize the functions which admit such kind of black box verification scheme and those that do not. We do not manage to do so because there can be arbitrary properties of the function apart from RSR that you can possibly leverage in order to get such a black box verification scheme. So the weaker aim that we aim for is that we show that a large enough function class cannot have such a OBVC scheme. And the function class that we consider is basically the class of all functions from lambda bit input to lambda bit output. And we show that this class does not admit this kind of black box verification scheme. And the proof techniques turns out to be non-trivial because in our model, the helper oracles can contain arbitrary information about the function f in this class. And to properly formalize the impossibility result, we rely on some results from prior work from Coretti et al. And this is some work on how you handle non-uniformity and random oracles to formalize this impossibility proof. Thanks.
Thank you, Amit. Do we have any questions for Amit? Yes.
So first question is what's the advantage of using KRSR in your case for k greater than 1? Because apparently it introduces complications because of the fully homomorphic encryption. And the second thing is that, do you know any known impossibility results about the existence of KRSR where chi is arbitrary and large, because it would lead to natural advances in secret sharing?
Okay, so to answer the first question, we do not deliberately restrict, try to deal with k greater than 1. It's just that there are functions which do not have k equals 1. The k equals 1 class is very limited. So for k greater than 1, we have much more examples of functions. And I'm not very sure of what was the second question. Can you repeat it?
So the idea is that if you have secret sharing, then you often want to do something like MPC, and with RSR, like this MPC is really good because in Shamir secret sharing, you need to do those degree lowering steps, and with RSR, you just do it. So it would be like really cool if we could have KRSR for arbitrary k, but this sounds too good to be true. So I'm asking whether you know about any impossibility results about that.
Yeah, so this question is more about what is, like, how well do we understand the class of RSR functions itself, right? Like, as you mentioned, if we have a function which has KRSR, it can be useful for doing MPC as well. You can think of the U values as secret shares, right? Yes. So it's not clear, at least it's not like from what I have read, it's not clear what the landscape of RSR is. And yeah, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's thank Amit again.
Thanks.
And now we have a coffee break and the invited talk at 11:05, right?
The
At
coffee
11:05.
break is the same place as breakfast, and all the desserts and stuff are ovo-lacto vegetarian for those who are interested. And I mean, again, please don't bring food or drink back to the conference hall. Enjoy.
Yes. Oh, okay. So
Should I use my computer or your computer?
maybe our computer,
Your
because we're going
computer.
to
Okay.
play on Zoom. You've got your slides right there.
Let's see, it works fine.
Let's see. See here.
The main one? This one?
This one?
No.
This one?
This one, yeah. Maybe you want to copy it for the...
Yes. This one is the.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Run, see that the
Alright.
fonts are fine. Okay, let us copy it for... Yes. Now.
Just a moment.
Let's see that the fonts are fine. It seems fine. It's the newest PowerPoint, right?
Okay. Yes, I think
Yeah,
it is.
this is the modern. This is 2020.
Yes,
I
the
guess, style.
latest one. Yes.
Good. And
Okay.
the clicker, can you explain how to work with it?
Just long press this, and
So go.
we're the zoom
Okay. So
screen
this is forward, backward.
forward, and it's backward. And
This
for the
backward.
pointer will be just long press it. You
Ah.
can see it. I think you use it right here. Oops, like this.
Yeah.
You can use it on the screen later.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Good. That's my stick. But
Oh yes, sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry.那个周卡是拿上来好了。就把它放在这边好了。应该可以。好，好。然后水。好，现在。好，没关系，现在。 Oh, no worries.
Hello?
Waiting it. Good. Thank you. Thank you for inviting. Still people care about law, but 10 years, no one will.
Oh, I see. I thought you were doing both everyone
No,
about
kidding.
you.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, recently I care a lot about this. I really enjoy doing law. Yeah. It's like, I don't know why, it's a good question why, but it's like, yeah. How is it? You were in NTC, right?
Yeah.
How is it like that?
It's good. They pretty much let us do whatever we want.
Yeah.
But then, we're from the generation where MSR SVC shut down. So
Yeah.
I'm always thinking like, be grateful every day for what we have.
Should be grateful every day anyhow.
Right, that's true. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Fantastic. You go to the office at all, or?
A bit less though, because the office is done in there.
And you?
I live in San Francisco.
Live in San
I don't drive.
So you don't
Public transportation.
So you walk by yourself, you meet people in San Francisco?
Yeah. I think partly because of COVID, or like how to work.
Yeah.
And I just got a poster.
Very good.
A guy named Valerio Chino, he's retired.
Good?
Doing other stuff. Yeah, it's good.
So it also stays in San Francisco, so you meet in San Francisco?
Yeah. So that's very nice.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Do you need reminders for time, or you'll be next?
I got the clock there.
Okay, that's good. Okay, perfect.
Maybe remind people to ask questions. People are not asking questions.
Yeah, I think
because of
the
you can ask
universe
questions.
slightly,
Maybe I
yeah.
say it already. You can ask questions online. I mean, not because this is
You
a
want
long
the,
talk.
I guess you take the question at the end.
No, people can ask for the talk if they have
Oh,
questions.
yeah, okay.
It's also
Then
fine.
maybe you should tell.
Maybe I mention.
Or sometimes I pause in between and ask. Sometimes I pause in between and we respond to ask what the question.
Okay, I do.
Yeah, I think people are not so used to in person. Some of these kids are young, so they are not used to haven't seen some of this stuff.
Yeah. Many young. I don't know most of them. You know most of them?
I don't.
Right?
Kids
You
are
feel
very
like
young
so
now.
strange because, like, you know the elderly and
I know. Just a guy just asked me a couple. Who's this? Who's that? I don't even know. Like, I think.
All right, let's quickly settle down and get ready for. Okay, all right. Welcome everyone back to our first invited talk. We're extremely happy to have Iftach Heitner as our invited speaker. And Iftach is a professor at Tel Aviv University and cryptography at Coinbase. His research has won a SIME Outstanding Paper Prize, a Crypto Best Paper Award, and an ERC grant. IFTA's research primarily focuses on cryptography in mini-crypts, making sure that the world is a safer place, even if public key cryptography doesn't exist. All right, let me hand over to IFTA now. And thank you for joining us at TCC.
Thank you. So, I use this mic. I have an angle mic or this one. This one. So, hello everyone. So first, I would like to thank the committee for inviting me. TCC is my dearest conference, the first conference I ever sent paper to, the first conference I ever have a paper published in. I have a funny story about this first conference, first submission. So I wrote my first submission by myself. Oded Goldreich was my advisor, but he was away. I wrote the worst written submission ever. Luckily, it got accepted. But then one of the reviewers basically said, it's a very nice paper, and politely, he explained me how to write it. Really, he really gave me the text of the abstract, for instance. Like, just copy-paste the abstract. I said, wow, this is great, submitting papers. Everyone, like, you write whatever you like, and people just tell you how to write it correctly. So it wasn't like that since then. And the reviewer was, of course, Yuval Ishai. I didn't know him back then, but afterwards he introduced himself. So thank you very much. So I'm going to speak about coin flipping, but before that, I feel that something non-scientific. I think that as an Israeli, I cannot give a public talk these days without mentioning the Hamas attack on Israel. In particular, there's something like 150 people still in captivity, including elderlies, including young kids. So I hope these people will be back soon, and I hope that there's going to be a peaceful solution to this area soon. Okay. So now let's go back to science. So coin flipping. What is coin flipping? Very simple protocol introduced by Blum back in '81 in this paper. Coin flipping by telephone, people used telephone back then, a protocol for solving impossible problems. You know, like, I guess what Blum would say about what we do now in crypto. And the task is very straightforward. Two people want to flip a coin over a phone, they distrust each other, and want this coin to be as close to uniform as can, even if one of the parties cheats. So okay, this is exactly what I said. And let's see a very simple example for such protocol, or attempt to such protocol. So Alice flips a bit. Just a pause. Please ask him a question. You can do it online. Not too many, but I know how to manage it. So it's not a 15-minute talk. It's a 1-hour talk. So you're very welcome to ask questions. So Alice flips a bit and just sends it to Bob, and both parties output the result, right? So on one end, both output, if they are both honest, in an all honest execution, the output is uniform bit, but clearly if Alice cheats, she can make Bob output 0 with probability 1. So whatever measure you use, it's not a good coin flipping protocol, right? So in the same paper, Blum introduced a good coin flipping protocol, which goes as follows, the famous Blum coin flipping. So Alice flips a bit and commits to the bit, send it to Bob. Bob flips a bit, send it over to Alice, and Alice decommits, and both parties output the XOR of this bit. Okay? So it seems that even if Alice gets corrupt, nothing much she can do about it, right? I mean, because even if she, I try this. Oh, so even if she say always commits to 0, because Bob commits to a uniform, to a uniform bit, the XOR are going to be uniform. So is it a good coin flipping? Well, it turns out it depends how you define the security for coin flipping. If you only require security with a board, then you allow the honest party to abort if it detects a cheat, then it is negligible bias. Namely, Alice cannot make Bob output 0 or 1 with probability which is significantly larger than 1/2. But if you require the honest party to always output some bit, which is important in some setting, we call it fair coin flipping, then it's not hard to see, I'm going to address later in this talk, that whatever Bob does in case of a cheat, Alice can abuse it to bias the protocol by, say, 1/4. Okay, for the first type of coin flipping, which is security with a board, I'm going just to call coin flipping, which is the modest security, the modest security definition. And for the second one, which require the honest party to always answer bit, we're going to address as fair coin flipping. Okay, I'm going to give more detail about these two definitions later. But before that, why should we care? Okay, we have like 55 minutes, I think, to speak about coin flipping. Should be important, right? I mean, why should you care about coin flipping that much that it requires 55 minutes? Well, I was invited because I said I'm going to speak only about coin flipping, so maybe, but still I think it's worth the time. So, coin flipping is a fundamental primitive in cryptography, not only in cryptography, also in distributed computation. It allows us parties that distrust each other to create public randomness. Less clear, it's related to stability of random processes, which is unrelated to coin flipping. But the actual reason for which we should care about coin flipping is that as a computer scientist, as a theoretical cryptographer, we try to understand computation. Okay? And a very important resource in computation is interaction. Okay? We know that you can do things using interaction, like zero-knowledge proof, like multi-party computation, and other things that we cannot do without interaction. But why is it so? What is so important? Why is so good about interaction give us additional power? Coin flipping is the simplest protocol one can imagine. There's no input, there's Boolean output, okay? And still interaction is crucial for coin flipping, and we see it in this talk. So this is a right playground to deeper our understanding about computation and specifically about interaction with computation. Okay, this is the way I see it. Good. So what I'm going to talk about, I start with the complexity of the simple coin flipping, namely without a board. This is related to what you call minimal assumption for cryptography. Okay, what requires minimal one-way function, what does not. Then I'm going to switch gear to fair coin flipping, security without a board, which clearly relate to fairness in cryptography, but also to the tension between minicrypt versus cryptomania, what we can do using only one-way function, and what requires public key cryptography. And finally, I'm going to speak shortly about full information coin flipping. This is a non-cryptographic object. It has nothing to do with cryptography. Its main task is distributed computation. Surprisingly, it leads to attacks on such coin flipping, leads to attacks, poisoning attacks on learning algorithm. I'm going to touch upon that. But still, even though it's a non-cryptographic object, parties are unbounded, etc., there is some thread that connects all of this work that I'm going to present here, and you'll see it through the talk. Good. So let's start with the first topic, which is complexity of coin flipping. So for natural reason, I'm going to speak a lot about works that I did, not only, but a lot of. And I did these works with great colleagues. And this part of the works I did with Itai, who is back then my student. Eran was my postdoc. And Aris was my visiting student. Good. So let's be a bit more formal. So two-party coin flipping is an efficient protocol between Alice and Bob, such that in an all-honest execution, the output is a uniform bit. And even if, say, Alice is corrupt, is polynomial bounded, is corrupt, it's trying to make the output to be, say, 0, she cannot make Bob output 0 at probability which is larger than 1/2 plus delta. Okay? Note that honest party can abort. Okay, so I allow cheating Alice to make Bob always abort. Okay, I'm not counting for it. I'm only measuring the probability that Bob will output 1. Okay, this should be not significantly larger than 1/2. We consider negligible and non-negligible delta. Delta might be constant or function of security parameter. And note that bound, I'm going to focus on low bound. So bounds in the two-party case extend naturally to any number of parties as long as we don't assume honest majority. Okay, so this is the basic definition. Let's make sure we are on the same page. So a zero bias coin flipping, is it a good one or is it a bad one? Good. This is perfect coin flipping. It means that a cheating party, cheating Alice, for instance, cannot make Bob output 1 with probability which is larger than 1/2, and cannot make it output 0 with probability which is larger than 1/2. What about 1/2 bias coin flipping? Not Chris, someone else? I've been a teacher for too long. Right, this is trivial coin flipping. It means that cheating Alice can make Bob always output 1. Good. So what do we know about the complexity of two-party coin flipping? So the ultimate goal is to prove the non-trivial. Non-trivial is a mini protocol. You can almost fully bias it, but not completely. It is 1/poly far from 1/2, implies 1/2 function. Why 1/2 function? Because by Blum, we know that 1/2 function implies such coin flipping. So first observation, which is rather trivial, that non-trivial coin flipping implies p-space is not in BPP. Why is it so? Because there is a simple p-space algorithm that totally breaks a coin flipping protocol. So if p-space was in BPP, there was an efficient attacker that totally biased coin flipping protocol. Less trivial is observation by Zakos by 86, which basically, it follows from a general result. By Zakos, you probably essentially prove that for constant round protocol, the same old, but a stronger implication. NP is not in BPP. Then, in the seminal result of Impaliazzo of Luby, we finally got the right conclusion, which is coin flipping plan 1 a function, but this only holds for very strong coin flipping, almost optimal coin flipping. 1/r bias. You can only bias by 1/r when r is the round complexity of the protocol. Then was a long pause, actually a 20-year pause. There was no advance on these bounds at all. Then in Pagliazzo 5 Words workshop in Princeton in 2009, I think it was Mone, who said, look, there is an important question that you don't know how to characterize, whether coin flipping is in minicrypt or even maybe in Pessyland. Okay? So some people were listening to Mone, not me. It was Maggi, Manoj, and Sai. And a year later, we proved the following result. We proved that a quarter bias coin flipping, namely not very good, but not very bad as well, does not imply 1/2 function, but implies the NP is not in BPP. Somewhere in between result. Okay? A year later, with the random Omri, we proved the following result. Also constant bias, not as good bias as, a better bias than here, but still constant bias implies 1/2 function. Okay, so the conclusion is correct. The assumption is still, it's not a non-trivial one, it's a constant bias one, something in the middle between trivial and optimal. And this constant might be arbitrary, but it turns out this is exactly what you achieve using quantum computation. If you are allowed to send qubit, then this is the best, and you can do coin flip information theoretically secure. Okay? Exactly the same bias. So for a while, we say, wow, we found a very exciting connection between what you can do using 1/2 function and what you can do information theoretically using quantum. But it turns out it was only artifact of the proof, and 3 years later with Itai and Aris, we proved that we almost closed the question, namely almost half bias, we called it half bias is trivial, constantly small to half bias coin flipping implied on 1/2 function. Okay? It's not the end of the story, because we still, this is for you to prove, they still need to prove that any non-trivial, namely 1/poly far from 1/2, not constantly close to 1/2, implies 1/2 function. Okay? So let me speak about this result. This result, the proof is, you're going to see and hopefully agree that it's very simple. I can explain it in a few minutes, and I try to do it. And so what actually should prove? You should prove the following. This is a general paradigm for proving that something implies 1/2 function. For any protocol pi, coin flipping protocol pi, we should identify an efficient function such that either it is one way or there exists an efficient adversary that bias pi by exactly this quantity. Okay? So if this protocol is a good coin flipping, one function exists. Not only one function exists, we can really write down what the function is. Okay? It's a constructive construction of one function. Okay? So this is what you should do. You give me a protocol, I'm going to identify a function and say this is one way. You say it's not one way, I say, okay, if it's not one way, I need to show you how to attack the coin flipping, to break the assumption. Which function to use? Any idea? I'm giving you a protocol. You see the protocol description. Which function should I use? Turns out that always what the function is, what the candidate one function is, it's always trivial. In protocol, it's going to be always the transcript function, namely the function that takes the coins of two parties and output the transcript. The function is always trivial. In almost every time they will try to say this implies a one function, what the candidate function is trivial because you don't have much room. What can you do? You have a protocol, you should come up with a function. The hard part is proven that this is indeed a one function. Okay, that if this is not a one function, you can use it to break the protocol. But what the function is, it's trivial. Okay. Some notation, be light on notation, but still. So we're going to use two-party coin flipping as a representation. Naturally view it like that. You know, like the messages are just bits. For simplicity, assume that the messages are bit. If they are not bit, I'm going to partition the protocol into many rounds. So, you know, that's the convention. It's not going to be very important. If A sends 0, we go in here. If A sends 1, we go here. Nodes are the transcript. We're going to identify node with the transcript. So this transcript, this node is just the transcript 0, 1. And this clicker is terrible. I warn the future speakers. Inner node labeling, add a label to inner node whose party controlling the node. So Alice sends the first node, so she controls this node, and Bob sends the second node, so etc., etc. Leaf label is going to be the final output. I assume without such generality, the output is written on the transcript. If the label of the leaf is just the output of the protocol, induced by the transcript. Edge label is not very important. What the probability of taking this edge. And this is the only important notion you should remember. What is the value of a node? Sometimes we address it as the game of the value, the value of the game. This is the probability of hitting one leaf, namely the protocol outputs one once in a node. Let me be more explicit. I'm assuming I'm in this node, the transcript is 0. What is the probability that if you sample random coins for both parties, condition that you are in this node, that the final output of the protocol is going to be 1. Okay? This is a node value. Probability, you see partial transcript of the protocol, you do random continuation of the protocol, what is probability that you output 1? What is probability to reach a 1 leaf? This is the only important definition or notation you should know. Node value or game value. Good. So how to attack? I have a protocol I need to attack. So all-powerful recursive attack, which is always very successful, is out of the question. It's not even in NP. So we first know that if the transient function, I'm going to be more formal about it later, is not one way, so for each node, we can compute its value. We can compute the probability that if we continue random computation of the protocol, we're going to output 1. Not only then, we can only sample a random coin leading to this coin. To this node, okay? So, what should we do with it? So here's a natural approach. That's what we do with this form, to be greedy. So A plays the first round. He should decide whether to set 0 or 1. It computes the value of these two nodes, namely what is the game value, what is the probability of outputting 1 if he sends 0 and if he sends 1, and what he does, you want to output 1, say the probability if he reaches this, if he sends 0, it output 1, it's 3/4, and if he reaches this node, the output 1 is 1/4. Which message should he send? 0. Right? It's called the greedy approach. Is it a good attack? Turns out it's a very bad attack. You can come with example for which neither Alice nor Bob can bias the protocol by playing greedily. Okay. So I'm going to describe you a different attack. It's called the bias continuation attack. But I'm going to describe it soon, but what's important about this attack, and this is maybe the one take-home message, I'm going to repeat it for this talk. When you attack in interactive protocol, what you should do. So in one line, you should act gently, okay? When you play interactive protocol, you play many times. It's not a one time. It's not like in the work by Hillel. Before Hillel said before that you have a function, you have to invert it once. You have to do something bad once. No, here you have to attack many times. And if you're not acting gently, for various reasons, in many settings, different reasons in different settings, it's not going to work. You have to act gently. You want to get one, but don't be too blunt about it, okay? Just slowly push the protocol button. So there is one approach to doing that, the bias continuation. I'm going to describe the bias continuation of A towards 1. It's analogously defined towards 0, and analogously defined for B. So what it does, given a transcript, Alice, or A, cheating A, sends uniform coins for both parties, not only for him and for both, that are consistent with the transcript that far. Namely, if both parties plays with these coins for, say, 5 rounds, we're going to get this transcript, which is after 5 rounds. And the final output of the protocol with this coin is 1. Okay? And then, after doing that, it takes his part of the coin and acts according to his part of the coin. So then, he sample random coins leading to this node that final output is 1 and act according to his part of the coin. Animation will help. So here's Alice. First round, it does sample random execution of the full protocol. And this execution leads to 0. So what he does, he resample the coins. And now, again, for both parties, full execution is defined, he gets 1. This is great. He plays according to the first message. Now with B's turn, B is honest. He does whatever he likes. Now Alice, A turns again. Again, he sample random continuation of the protocol, got 0, sample again, got 1, and now he acts according to his coins. Okay? So B is analog defined. Note that Alice is almost honest. You know this joke about that you went to the shop and bought 2 cones of ice cream, and one of the cones fell on the way, and you come back to your friend and say, sorry, your cone is fallen. You know, you're almost honest. One of the cones is fallen, but who decides whose cone is it? You, right? So you're only slightly cheating. You're almost honest, but unfortunately, the random coins end up in 1 and not in 0. So bias continuation used also elsewhere. I first noticed this, read about this stack in paper by Assed et al. And parallel repetition. I'm pretty sure people told me that used before, but I don't have an exact reference for this. So if first time it appeared in Assed et al. Paper, so I apologize for that. Good. So here's the claim. How good is this attack? Okay. This is a very simple claim. It says the following. Either Alice attacking Bob, or Bob attack Alice achieves the right bias. Okay, the final outcome is 1 over square root of 2, therefore the bias is 1 over square root of 2 minus half, which is what you claim. Okay? And actually, this also holds for 0. So there's attack towards 0 and attack toward 1. It might be that Alice managed to attack both directions, it might be Alice for one direction, both the other direction. This the claim does not say. Okay? Is it clear? So very simple attack. I'm not saying it's efficient, even if one function do not exist. We're going to get to that later. But a very simple attack, you know, and a very simple claim as well. Okay? And it turns out that also the proof is going to be rather simple. Let's see it. So first observation, which is almost trivial, but in some sense it's the crux of the proof. Consider what happened if both Alice and Bob use bias bias synchronization attack to get 1. Doesn't make sense, right? But still, you're both cheating towards 1. What are you going to get? 1. We're both cheating towards 1, we're going to get 1. Not surprisingly. Actually, you're going to get a uniform uniform transcript leading to 1, but it's not very important. Second claim is some more subtle. It says the following. For any frontier in the tree, for any cut in the tree, but if it confuses you, the word frontier about for any node, the probability that an all honest execution reaches this node times the probability that all cheating execution reaches the node exactly equal the probability that on A cheats it reaches the node times the probability on B cheats it reaches the node. Again, you can think what happens when both party cheats times what happens when none of the party cheats equals for every transcript what happens when Alice cheats times the probability what happens when Bob cheats. And how to prove it? Exactly, write itself, okay? You just note that the probability of reaching a node is the product of what A does times what B does, and what A does and what B does. It's like Markov chain. There's no connection between the probabilities. So that's the proof just write itself, that's all, okay? And therefore, because this is a product of probability, you can mix them together. That's all, we are done. So now it follows the probability that A gets 1. 1 is the on 1 list, so it's a frontier in the tree. Time probability cheating B reaches 1 is 1/2. Why is that? Because in an all honest execution, probability getting 1 is 1/2 because this is a coin flip. And in all cheating probability getting 1 is 1. This is what we said before. So this is 1/2. It's 1/2 times 1. So this is 1/2. And therefore, this is the proof. And therefore, we are done. If this product is 1/2, it means that either this is larger than 1 over square root of 2, or this quantity is larger than 1 over square root of 2. This is the whole proof. I'm not cheating. I maybe shorten the proof, but there's no cheat here. Okay? Good. So the bias contention attack really does what it should be. Is it efficient? Okay. So remember what you should do, what the bias contention does. Given a transcript, we need to sample coins such that are consistent with transcript, and the output is 1. Right? So we want to use for that a one function inverter. Remember, we assume that transcript function is not one way, and therefore we want to use a one function inverter to implement this attack. So it's a bit more subtle than that. We consider the following function. It takes the coins, but it also takes the round index. And it outputs the transcript till the ith round and the final output. Okay? And then it's the transcript function concatenate for a specific round and the final output. Seminal result by Pagliaccio-Luby says that either f is 1, slightly cheating, but not more than that, either f is one way, or exists efficient inverter that not only invert f, but it returns random pre-image of f. Okay? So it seems that we are done. Okay? All we need to do to sample the randomness that leads to 1, we should call the f inverter on alpha and 1. So we're going to add transcript not only consistent with alpha, but also the final outcome is 1. Right? The subtlety is that the fact that f is not one way, it doesn't mean, actually, it really doesn't mean, that the f inverter works on any distribution. F inverter might fail, but on the typical output of the function, it should work well. But are we calling the f inverter on typical outcome? First time we are. But A continuously biased, A attack many times. This is one of the hard things of attacking interactive protocol. You bias the protocol, and then you bias it again, and then you bias it again, and then you bias it again. So we have no guarantee about the distribution in which you call the F inverter upon. Okay. Is it clear? It's not happening in non-interactive protocol or not interactive feature. You attack once. When you attack it many times, this is one of the issues you should deal with. So actually there are two types of non-typical queries. One of them is really one that you give them very different distribution. The second type, which they are typical, but this transcript are very likely to output 0 if you are in this transcript, but you want to get a preimage of 1. Nevertheless, you can prove the following, that attack does good enough even if it totally fails on non-typical nodes. Good enough doesn't mean it does as good as the bias continuation. You can come up with a protocol in which the bias continuation does much better than what we claim, but still the attack does essentially what the claim bound. Okay? And the reason is, the proof is not trivial, but also not that complicated. It follows essentially from the same two claims we said before. In particular from this, the frontier claim that we said. Okay? This is the gist of the proof. Okay. Question? Yes? No, so the reason is that our attack was, what I say, symmetric. It was very symmetric. You know, both you can attack to 0 and to 1, and for this reason we got stuck in the quantum bound. When you give a non-symmetric attack, we went out of the quantum bound. But this is what quantum guy told me, basically. So I'm quoting. Good. So this was I'm not going to be that technical in the rest of the talk, but just let me say that, so first mention that with the Ty and Aris, we went almost all the way through the recursive bias continuation attack, whatever it means, did pruning in the head attack, but whatever. This is the end of this part, okay? So now, if you lost me in the previous section, total new section, okay, about new people. So, I go the wrong direction. So new people, Amos sitting here, Niv, Nissan, Nikos, Eliad, now was a student, now postdoc, and Eran. Okay. I don't know what this SEP is. I got it. Appears from when I'm Swift PowerPoint. Good. So what is, again, new topic, okay? If you lost me, you can join me, ask me back again. Again, what is a fair coin flipping? It's a coin flipping like before. We call it delta fair, not delta bias, but essentially the same definition. But the difference is that the honest party always owes a bit. It never aborts. In many settings, we would like to have a fair coin flipping, okay? Me and Chris want to go to a movie, we flip a coin, and then Chris aborts. But, you know, I don't want to punish myself and stay at home, right? I want to go to a movie. So I'm going to a movie, so this allows Chris to bias me, okay? Because if I'm going to flip a coin, by aborting, going to cause me to go to a movie which I didn't like, okay? Not to a uniform movie. Good. So fair coin is flipping in the sense the right definition of coin flip. Okay, so let's see why it's more complicated. Again, this is Blanc protocol. You know, like I said before, it's great. You know, like, you know, and this is the protocol, it seems fine. But now, Alice performed the most devastating attack in cryptography, which is aborting, right? We can force the adversary to act honestly, to flip coins as it should, to act according to the protocol function. But we cannot prevent him from aborting because it's a valid action. Maybe he really aborted. Maybe there's a network fault. So what Alice does, Alice plays perfectly honest. You want to get 1. She knows the outcome now, okay? She knows it's going to be 0. What's she going to do? She's not going to open it. So what Bob can do? If he flips a coin, then what is probability of 1 now? It's probability the original protocol was 1, which is 1/2. And now the probability that he flip uniform coin is going to be 1, which is again 1/2, so it's 3/4. It turns out whatever Bob do, there's no way for Bob to choose his output in case Alice abort that prevents a bias of 1/4. And actually, it's more general than that. Cleveland, a beautiful result in '86, proves the following. For any R-round protocol, a fair coin flipping can be biased by essentially 1 over R. Okay? So let me say something about this proof. So consider the following graph. So the x-axis is the round, the round identifier, and the y-axis is the gain value, what you call node value. Given the current transcript, what is probability of output in 1? So consider one specific execution of this protocol. You know, the gain value at the beginning is 1/2. Why is it 1/2? Because this is the coin flip. Before you start, the probability of output in 1 is 1/2. And when it ends, it's either 0 or 1, because the transcript contains either 0 or 1, right? The party's output either 0 or 1. So you don't have to be a great mathematician to note that if you went from 1/2 to 1, you have some a gap between 2 consecutive rounds, which is at least 1 over R. Right? Good. But does it imply an efficient attack? So not necessarily. We can say the following about the previous type of coin flipping, which is non-fair. Also, there was a gain value of 1 over R. But there, if one function exists, we cannot exploit for an attack. What makes the difference here that this is a fair coin flipping? Namely, the fact that both parties always output a value. It's a subtle point. Why does it help? So the reason is that, you know, the protocol provides you what we call defense value or backup value. The protocol will tell you what to do if the other party aborts in the second round. The protocol tells you what to do. You should output 1 or output 0. Maybe you apply some complicated function, but you should output something. So the protocol instructs what you do in each round if the other party aborts. It turns out, this is a very short proof, but very confusing, that you can use this very defense value to perform an attack. Okay? It's not trivial. It's short, but not trivial, but this is the crux of it. Okay? So this is one of our attack. Yes? Secret information. Yeah, to compute the difference values on secret information. Yes, please.
So regarding the previous example, shouldn't the bias be 1/2? Because I commit to my randomness, I get the other value. If it's what I want, if I want 0, if it XORs to 0, then I decommit. If it XORs to 1, then I abort. And this would like give you the perfect.
No, then what the other party does in this case. So if you're referring to the previous example, so what are, so this is, yeah. One sec. So what the other party does, what Bob does in case Alice aborts, I assume he flips a uniform bit. You can instruct him differently, maybe to always output 0, and then have a perfect attack towards 0. I always abort and you always output 0. Whatever you do, there's an attack.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay. So we said that we cannot do better than 1R. Let's try to get there. Let's start 1 over square root of R protocol. This is a protocol by Averhur et al. No one admits he ever written this protocol. Cleve referred to this protocol in his law 1 paper, but no one, I asked, I think Gabi Bracha, one of the authors, said, I don't recall. It's never published, okay? But it's simple protocol. So here's the protocol. Basically what it does Blam protocol for R times, okay? Independent coins for R times, and then the output is the majority, if there's more 0 on 1. But recall, we want to build a fair coin flipping. What should we do? What Alice or Bob do in case the other party aborts? Say what B does, Bob does, Alice analogously. If A aborts at round I, what Bob does, it samples CI by itself, but also the rest of the coins, and output the majority. Namely, basically, it samples from here by himself. Know that this is an attack opportunity for Alice, because Alice sees that the ith round CI is going to be 1, but she wants to get 0, so she aborts. Bob going to resample CI, and therefore CI it might be 0 as well. It is an attack, but not as good as attack as before. Okay? So how good is this protocol? How fair is this protocol? The answer is 1 over square root of R. Why? No, basic two-factor but independent random variable, that if you change one coin out of n, out of R, you buy the probability that it's going to be majority 1 or 0 changes by 1 over square root of R. Okay? If you want anti-Chernoff, if you like, whatever. Okay? So there is ISK bias by 1 over square root of R. Okay? Very simple protocol. 86. Are there better protocols? For many years, for 23 years, people didn't know the result. People actually thought, for the reason I'm going to say in a few slides, that this is the optimal protocol. Some people, including me, try to prove it, that this is a protocol. You cannot bypass 1 over square root of R until Moran, Naor, and Segev, in their breakthrough in 2009, proved not. Assuming OT, oblivious transfer, you can do much better. Actually, you can match Cleve-Lower bound, which is 1 over R. This is not the protocol. Actually, it's a variant of my and Eliad protocol, which we built for free parties. But the gist of the protocol is what their understanding. Okay, very nice understanding. So what you do, you start with Al protocol, but before each round, the party do the following. They send their randomness, their coins for this round to a trusted party. The starting party compute the game value at the end of this round. Namely, it computes CI. It knows AI and BI. It can compute CI. And compute delta I, the probability that the protocol output 1, given also CI. Okay? It knows something that both parties don't. And then it samples a coin according to this distribution. Namely, it's 1 probability delta I. And it sends it only to Bob. Now, if Alice aborts, Bob output is DI. Now, it's not out to see that Alice cannot attack at all. Because if it aborts, Bob output a value which expected out him exactly after the jump, after the information that Alice learned. So Alice cannot attack. So is it a perfect coin flipping? No, there is no perfect coin flipping. So who can attack if Alice cannot? Bob. Why Bob can attack? What allows him to attack? In the previous protocol, he could not attack. What allows him to attack in this protocol? DI. He learned DI, and DI is information about CI. But he didn't learn CI. He learned noise information about CI, which is a sample according to the game value induced by CI. And one can prove that this information also gives him a bias of 1 over R and not 1 over square root of R. Okay? So we enhance the protocol with additional machinery that push down the bias to 1 over R. And by the way, you implement this trusted party using multi-party computation with a board. Simple, not cheating. Good. So, so same gap between 1 over R and 1 over square root of R. So as we said, 1 over square root of R protocol you can construct using only one-way function. 1 over R you need OT. Okay, so we start asking ourselves, well, is it really the case that for 1 over R you need OT? And again, Cleve showed that 1 over R is the optimal, but Cleve and Pagliazzo prove actually a very interesting result. They say that if the game value is efficiently computable, then you can bias any coin flipping but 1 over square root of R. Okay? And it's followed from basic Falkenbach-Martingale, and then Maggi and one following result by Soled and et al., include Tal sitting here, prove very hard to prove result. In the random oracle model, you cannot do one better than 1 over square root of R. And actually, we proved also in the PKI model, where you have like idealized model of public infrastructure. So, does a protocol that is better than the trivial 1 over square root of R, the requiring one function, implies OT? It's not clear. If you think about it, I mean, what the heck? I mean, how do you relate like small bias to something which is public key cryptography? I mean, the other way is no, that OT implies 1 over R, but the other way around is very mysterious why the connection is. And let it do just one line. So if you think about public key cryptography, not as a mean to construct public key encryption, for instance, but if you define public key cryptography as a non-trivial correlation between the parties, a correlation that is not understood from an outsider, and then you go back to the protocol of Moran et al. And see that exactly what allows you to go to 1 over R is non-trivial correlation between the parties' views. So you understand that there should be a strong connection, okay? Namely that to get below 1 over square root of R, you need non-trivial correlation, and this non-trivial correlation hopefully can be purified to get you OT. So in a work with Nichols and Eran, we proved the following. We didn't do all the way through. We proved, at least for constant round protocol, a non-trivial coin flipping, namely little o of 1 over square root of R, implies key agreement. Not OT, but key agreement. OT is very hard to build. Key agreement is much easier. Okay? Good. So, how much time do you have? 10 minutes. So I'm going to skip the proof of this result. It's not the proof, I just want to say something about it. That's mentioned, there's only a lot of literature about many party coin flipping, constructions, and attacks, which I'm going to skip as well. So for the last part of the talk, I'm going to do it very short. I'm going to speak about full information coin flipping. This is a joint work with my student, Jonathan Caridiel. So what is full information coin flipping? Again, if you lost me till now, wake up. Totally new object. So this is the most simple coin flipping one can imagine. First, the only communication is done via blackboard, via a single broadcast channel, okay? Every time, party flips coins and writes its message on the blackboard. And so on. And then a common function is applied to what written on the blackboard and output a value, either 0 or 1. And again, some party might be corrupted, and now said what happened if some party is corrupted? Can they bias the protocol? Slightly more formal. Again, this is introduced by Boehner and Lineal back in '85, forgot sending it. So communication is solely over a single broadcast channel. Every round consists on a single party with also hierarchy predetermined that sends a message. Output is an intrinsic function or transcript. Everyone agreed on the function, and when the protocol ends, they apply the function. Adversary is computation and bounded, no crypto here, okay? Good. We said that such protocol is T-resilient if no T-corrupted party can fully bias the protocol. We are very rough here, we don't care about it. It's T-resilient if you cannot bias it almost completely. It's still T-resilient. And note that if we focus on single-term protocol, in which every party sends a single message, this is closely related to the study of Boolean function. Namely, the question translates to, by changing T input of the function, can you control its output? Can you fully control its output? Is there a T junta, if you like? Okay. Before stating the results, there is a very interesting connection made by Malajoufi, Jifar, and Mahmoudi. Says the following. So it's nothing to do with coin flipping, it has nothing to do with full information coin flipping. Consider learning algorithm. He tried to classify his DNAs found somewhere to tell whether there was a rabbit there or a giraffe. Okay? And some adversary is coming along. He tried to convince, he has some incentive that we think there was a giraffe there. Okay? But yes, he cannot mole all the samples, you can mole some of them by paying some guys to change his samples. I think the samples coming from different places. The question, how resilient this learning algorithm is? Or can you make a learning algorithm that is resilient to an adversary changing some of the samples? If he changes all the samples, we are dead. But he can only, if he only change some of them. Think that the classifier is only Boolean circuit, and DNA samples are eventually binary strings, and giraffe and rabbit also, like you can map them to 0, 1. This is just a full information coin flipping, okay? Sample is coming in. We need to decide what to output to 0, 1, assuming that random sample will output 1. Okay, actually, this can be made formal. Mahmoudi, M&M really prove that, okay? They translate an attack on full information coin flipping into a poisoning attack on learning. I'm going to say nothing about it. That was a teaser. Read this paper. Okay. So I have 5 more minutes, right? So let me introduce the most simple full information coin flipping there is. Each party sends a single random bit, and you take the majority. Okay? It's not 2 parties, it's n party. Each party sends a single and it's easy to prove that this protocol is resilient to square root of n parties. Okay? If you know, basically by Chernoff, if you corrupt more than 2 of parties, you fully control it's more than square root of n of the parties, you fully control the result. If less, you can do nothing. Okay, so the most naive protocol. Are there better protocols? Okay, think about full information conflict, unbounded parties, single blackboard. We should design a protocol. Are there better protocols than the stupid n majority protocol? What do you think? Yes? No? Depends. The answer is depends. What kind of adversary you consider? If it's what's called static adversaries, you have to decide on the adversary before the protocol starts. This translates to, actually it's very closely related, in some sense initiated the study of Boolean function in computer science. And turns out for static adversary, you can do way better than majority protocol. You can do all linear number, protocol resilient to linear number of collisions. Okay? You know, great names, writing great papers. I'm not going to speak anything about them. Okay? But this is what you should remember. Essentially, they're very good protocol, way better than the majority protocol. What about adaptive adversaries? This adversary can decide who to corrupt during the execution. One subtlety, he has to decide before seeing the message sent. Okay? But you wait before each time a party sends a message, he can decide to corrupt it. He has a limited budget, but can he decide it through the execution? So first, does it make any difference? So here's an example where it does. Think of a protocol, which is a very good protocol for static corruption. You decide on a small committee, say square root of n, and then the committee does the majority protocol. This is a very good protocol for static adversary because they don't know in advance who's the committee going to be. For adaptive adversaries is very bad because they wait till the committee is selected and then they corrupt all the committee. Okay? Good. So what do we know? The only upper bound we know is the stupid majority protocol. So the goal was to prove this is indeed the optimal protocol. And it was a long chain of papers. So square root of n is optimal for first proof by Lichtenstein, Lineal, and Sachs for single bit, single term protocol. It means every message is only a bit, and each party sends a single message. Then it was proof for symmetric singleton by Goldwasser, Kalai, and Park. Symmetric means that the output function is symmetric. It's independent of you can permute the inputs. It doesn't change its value. And 5 years ago, Kalai, Komogowski, and Raz proved that it's true for singleton. So as long as one party only speaks once, you can square root of n bias suffices. And finally, with Jonathan, we fully proved the bound. Namely, any protocol can be biased by corrupting square root of n parties, or in other words, majority protocol is the optimal protocol for adaptive adversaries. So I guess I don't have time to go into result, or I do? I don't? I do? How much time do I have? 5 minutes. 5 minutes is more than enough. Good, so something about the proof. I'm not going to give you the proof, but that's something, but I want to relate it to the attacks on, I'm going to present an attack. I want to relate it to attacks on the very second attack I did on coin flipping for one function. It seemed unrelated creature, but still. So let's do, how do you attack singleton protocol? Okay, single protocol, every party speaks once. You again, what you could do, you consider what's called the gain value. The difference in the gain value between 2 rounds. So M JK, or J, is just the difference in the gain value, the jump in the gain value between consecutive rounds. So every round there's a new transcript going on, a new message, and you compute what is the gain value T1 and what you care about is the difference between the difference in the gain value. What we said that Cleve proved that there's always a jump of 1 over n, and actually by Cleve and Pagliazzo there's a gap of 1 over square root of n, but maybe it's not exploited. And what Kalai-Komodowski and Raz prove is the attack is very simple. So every time you see a jump, you take it. Okay? Every time there's going to be every time basically you see you see there's going to be a jump, you're going to take it. Okay? You can say in advance that the next, essentially you can tell that the next message is going to induce a jump, or the next message has a possibility to have a jump, then you corrupt the party is going to send this message and corrupt it to the direction that you like. Okay? And that sounds to be suffice. Again, your greedy approach suffice. It's very similar to those who are familiar to attacking once one function-based coin flipping. Every party attacking once. Thing gets way more complicated when you have many-turn protocol. What is many-turn protocol? Every party sends many messages. So think about n square majority, rounds majority. In rounds, every party sends n coins, like each party sends a coin, then all parties send the coin again and again and again until you take the majority. So in this protocol, because there are n square coins, and each message is only 1 coin, there's no big jumps. The biggest jump is 1 over n. And if you see, if you're attacking square root of n times, you should accumulate many, many jumps to make the bias. The problem is that protocol might punish people that parties that deviate from the protocol. Namely, for instance, if you send super logarithmic number of consecutive 1, then the protocol say, ignore this guy, he's a cheater, okay? And then you are dead. So again, what started about many turns protocol is that because you cheat many times, you should disguise yourself. You cannot bluntly attack, because if you bluntly attack, the protocol description identify you as a cheater and expel you. So this is similar to what happened in coin flipping to begin with, right? In the very base, simple two-party coin flipping. For very different reasons. There you didn't want to bias distribution when you apply one function. Here you don't want to bias distribution because you don't want the protocol prescription to expel you. But different attacks, so different attack, that's one to bottom line, very different attack, but the rationale is the same. You have to attack gently, okay? If you attack gently, you act almost like the protocol, the protocol output 1 anyhow. So again, you just should be that it's going to be the 1. Because you like 1. Don't totally ruin the protocol. Act like it's an honest execution that mistakenly led to 1. Okay, so let me conclude. So coin flipping, at least to my opinion, are amazing object. Studying them enrich our understanding of computation and interaction. Really, it's a great opportunity to learn new things about interaction, learn new things about computation. But it requires gentleness, okay? It's unintuitive because, as a mathematician, as a cryptographer, when you see an attacking opportunity, you want to take all the money from the table. You say, no, take just a bit, You have another opportunity, then you take another bit. It takes a while to get used to things like that. A sum of the question, first, there much work can be done to simplify current proofs, improve some of them. Want to skip that, but more generally, prove lower bound. It's very tempting to prove upper bound, and that's why it's easier. And not saying the lower bound is as important as we're only sitting as public key cryptography, but they are very, very important. Okay, lower bound really the complementary picture of the upper bound is lower bound, and as a community, it's very important for current and future research to prove lower bound. And it's also a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. What type of questions?
Can you say a bit more about the optimal resilient functions and the non-adaptive full information?
Non-adaptive, I'm not, I think Andre will tell you a way better result. I think you should took, how you call, not juntas, how would you call this protocol? Forget the name. The tribes function, etc. There's many non-trivial functions that you made, if it's a single term or many terms. In the many term, I can tell you, you recursively select committees. So you select committees using the like beans of Fege, and then the committee selected a smaller committee, etc., etc. This is the for many-term protocol. If you want every party to speak once, speak about function, then you take tribes or whatever.
Does the theory change in any way if we only want to bias in one direction? So if you and I fight about the car, you want to bias to 0, I want to bias to 1. The other direction, we don't care.
Maybe you cannot, some protocols are resilient for attacking from one direction. One direction take n parties. If it adaptive, there are protocols which are resilient to one direction but not resilient to the other direction.
So does it still imply one-way function, et cetera, et cetera?
No, I think about, you speak about full information coin flip, or which kind of coin flip? For one function-based coin flipping, our protocol attacks to both directions. We have attacked to both 0 and 1.
So moving kind of beyond coin flipping, do you have any thoughts, if we talk about more general protocols and the gap between what an efficient adversary and an information theoretic adversary can do, assuming there are no one-way functions?
No, but it's somewhat related. Somewhat related, not really, but somewhat related. I think go below the one-way function world, go to like public key or especially OT kind of words, of correlations. We don't understand correlation. Sorry, some of us better than others, but still we don't understand computation correlation. We really don't understand it. We don't have amplification theorem, neither lower bound, no upper bound. Everything is untied. So computation correlation, how does it relate to information theoretic correlation? Can you purify it? Is there a 0-1 law? I spent too much time trying to prove results this error, mostly fail. By the way, proving lower bound, as you know, you mostly fail. So, but this is like, what I consider maybe the biggest question is tension in cryptography, is understanding, start with two-part correlation.
I think it's very interesting, but I was asking in the other direction. So somehow your results give me the feeling that for this task of coin flipping, if there are no one-way functions, then an efficient adversary can do essentially as well as an information theoretic adversary, but it's very specific, right? Like you're using the structure of the problem of coin flipping. And do you have any thoughts on whether, can we say this more generally for protocols, for constant round protocols? Maybe we can.
Your question. That's an answer what I know.
Okay.
So I don't know. Many protocols can be cast as coin flipping. Okay, this is what good about coin flipping. Many other protocols which are non-coin flip hide coin flipping inside there. Like you can choose the input of the parties at random, and then it's a coin flip. So the low bound coin flip is very general. Other than that, I don't know. Probably Yuval knows, but I don't. Yes.
It seemed like if we wanted to break the 1 over square root of r kind of threshold, we needed the OT, but we also needed to give one party the ability to attack while the other doesn't. So you have this asymmetric kind of behavior. Do we know how to break this this barrier without this asymmetric behavior?
Yeah, I mean, even in the protocol that we've seen before, the Moran et al. Protocol, you can give the difference value on the other party. It wouldn't change much. So the protocol that we've seen, take me ages. So there you can, without changing much, you can give this difference value also to Alice, and then be symmetric in some sense. Yeah. So both Alice and Bob can attack to get one of them.
We should probably wrap up, so let's thank Iftab again. So now the lunch break, and we continue at 1:35 p.m.
And the broadcast from the general chair, and the lunch break is on the 4th floor where you pick up your lunch boxes. And we remind people that there is a dinner tonight at 5:30. Starting from when the talks end, we will have people in front of the venue pointing people to the restaurant for those who want to attend.
风神，你帮我放那个位置好吗？
Welcome to the next session on proof system. So the first talk will be about distributed prover interactive proof. And Rex is giving the talk.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for the introduction. So yeah, I'm Rex, and I'm going to be talking about how to achieve succinct interactive arguments with a distributed prover. And this is joint work with Saurav Das, Ilan Kormogodsky, Elaine Shi, and Pratik Soni. So let's start by quickly reviewing what the goal of an interactive argument is. So the setting is that we have two parties. We have the prover and the verifier. And so we assume that both the prover and the verifier have some statement X in common with respect to some NP language.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Sure. Can you hear me better now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the setting is we have the prover and the verifier. We have a shared statement X, and then the prover has some witness W. And the idea is that we want some interaction between the prover and the verifier such that if the witness is a valid one, then the verifier should accept. And on the other hand, if the statement is false, if there's no witness, then the verifier should reject with high probability. So like I was saying, the setting that we're studying is succinct arguments. So you might think, okay, so why can't the prover just directly send the witness to the verifier? And this actually is a valid interactive argument, but you can consider a setting where maybe there's sort of a high unbalance in the power of the prover and the verifier. So maybe the prover has some powerful machine and the verifier has some cell phone or something, and those are the two machines that are performing the protocol. And you can also think about a setting where maybe the network has a high latency or the cost is large, and so in these settings maybe it's too costly to just send the witness in the clear. And so the idea is that we want an argument system where the transcript of the messages sent is much smaller than the witness size. Yeah, so this type of argument has had a long history of studies, starting with Killian in 1992, who constructed the first such argument system. So like I was saying before, our specific setting that we want to study is a setting where we have a distributed prover. So what I mean by that is, let's imagine that now, let's say that the witness is extremely large. Let's say that it's so large that it can't fit on the local storage of any one machine. You can imagine, let's say that Google wants to prove some statement about the entire search index, or OpenAI wants to prove something about the entire training set that was used for ChatGPT. So in this setting, the witness has to be broken up among many machines, and so we can ask the question, is it possible to construct an argument system that works in this setting, where the provers sort of they work together and they also interact with the verifier in order to convince the verifier. And notice here that in this setting, naturally the communication between the provers also has to be small, because if you're a prover proving one of the proving machines and you can't store the entire witness, you obviously also can't store incoming messages that are proportional to the whole witness size. So before we move on, one question you might have is is this possible? And if it's possible, is it possible for all languages? What kind of languages can we support? So if we could construct a generic argument that worked for any NP language with a distributed prover where the communication is succinct, then that seems a bit fishy, right? Because that might contradict some complexity theory, or that might solve some complexity theoretic question related to parallelization of languages. So I'm just gonna in terms of this question of what languages we can support, I'm just gonna sort of put that aside for a second, and we're just gonna let's focus on sort of a simple case. Let's focus on a simple language which works as follows. So let's imagine, like I said before, so the witness is going to be split among all of the provers, so each prover has a piece of the witness. And we're going to work with statements which are essentially conjunctions, where each term in the conjunction can be checked locally by a single machine, a single proving machine. And so in this case, there's a particular very powerful tool that we can use, a succinct non-interactive argument of knowledge, or a SNARK, that we can use in order to get an argument system with a distributed prover. And let me just explain that quickly. So the idea is, once we have this SNARK, each prover can just non-interactively generate a succinct proof of their term in the conjunction. And just for the sake of argument, let's say that these are extremely succinct. Let's say that they're completely independent of the witness size. So now we have this. What we can do is, let's say that prover 2 sends its proof pi2 over to prover 1. So now prover 1 has proofs proving term 1 and 2 are true in the conjunction. And now what this prover can do is it can just apply the SNARK again. So it can create another proof where now the statement of the proof is, I saw a correct proof for term 1 and term 2. So the witnesses now are the original proofs, pi1 and pi2. And because of the succinctness property of the SNARK, this, the proof size doesn't balloon. It basically stays, you can think of it as staying constant. And so this technique is very powerful. It's called recursive composition, and you can imagine all of the provers sort of doing this sort of recursive composition procedure in sort of a tree-like fashion, where at the end, prover 1 has a single proof, a succinct proof that's independent of the witness size, independent of the number of parties, and that proves every term in the conjunction. So basically, it proves the entire statement. And then this prover can just send this, non-interactive proof to the verifier, and the verifier can verify it offline. So this, this is a valid argument system that's succinct and has a distributed prover. But the catch is that it turns out that in order to do this, recursive composition, you kind of need non-interactivity. Like you need a succinct non-interactive argument of knowledge, and the non-interactive part is crucial here. And unfortunately, it was actually shown that if you want to use a SNARK, if you want these non-interactive succinct arguments, you actually need to make these very strong non-falsifiable assumptions. And yeah, so it's an important question whether you can do this without making these non-falsifiable assumptions. Yeah, so I should say that this, this impossibility result, this sort of lower bound that says you need non-falsifiable assumptions for SNARKs, it was proved by Gentry and Wicks in 2015. Yeah, so this, this is the first problem. The second problem is what I was saying before. So, this is a proof system or an argument system for a very simple type of language, and the question is, what can we do that's more general than this? Okay, so first, to answer, to sort of go into the second question a little bit more, basically what we're going to do is we're going to try to expand the set of languages that we can work with beyond conjunctions, but still in sort of a limited way that we don't, accidentally solve some complexity theoretic problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to imagine, or we're going to work with languages where we assume every language that we work with has a verification procedure that itself can be represented as some, distributed algorithm. So, again, every machine now has a piece of the witness, and they work together to verify the statement. But notice, like in this, in this case, there's no notion of security. It's all the machines are assumed to be honest. And so now with this type of language, our question can then be, if we have such a distributed verification algorithm, how, is it possible to basically compile that algorithm into a secure argument system with a distributed prover that is succinct? And crucially, can we do this only using falsifiable assumptions? And for the main result of our paper, we show that the answer is yes. So in particular, we give a compiler where you can prove security using standard falsifiable assumptions, namely, for instance, RSA. And it has sort of reasonable blowup. So the round blowup with respect to the original, insecure verification algorithm is polylogarithmic, and the space overhead is polynomial lambda. Okay, so I'm just going to explain so I'm going to take the last couple minutes just to, give you a sort of a flavor of the techniques that we use. So at a high level, the approach that we're going to take is we're going to construct a polynomial interactive oracle proof, or an IOP. And so essentially, an IOP works as follows. So, in this setting, in addition to the prover and the verifier, we also assume that there's some essentially trusted party. We'll call this the polynomial oracle. And what the polynomial oracle allows is it allows the prover to essentially commit to some polynomial, some polynomial f. And in this case, we'll assume that f is multilinear. And then during the interactive phase, this oracle will essentially allow the verifier to make trusted evaluation queries to this committed polynomial. So the verifier can send x, and it'll get back f of x. Okay. And so the idea here is that once we have a protocol in this sort of polynomial IOP model, then we can instantiate this oracle with a polynomial commitment, and we get a protocol in the standard model. And so I'll be a little bit more specific about our approach now. So we're actually going to build upon the previous work of Block et al. In 2021. And this previous work, what they were able to do is they were able to construct a succinct interactive argument where the prover is essentially a streaming prover. So you can imagine the prover, it's still a single machine, there's no distribution, and it still gets access to all of W, just not all at once. And so with that in mind, this previous work does is it works with a streaming polynomial oracle. So the idea is that the prover can stream evaluations of the polynomial in question until once you have enough evaluations, you have a well-defined polynomial. And then the next step, the interactive step, is essentially a sum check argument over this polynomial f. And you can think of f as sort of encoding the witness, or just encoding the entire computation that the verifier wants to verify. And so what this previous work, how they made it work is, first they observed that you can actually compute the sum check prover's messages only given streaming access to f. So that's part one. And then part two is that they implemented a streaming polynomial commitment that allows for this sort of streaming mode of commitment and for a streaming evaluation proofs. So essentially, what our approach was we tried to take this approach and sort of modify it for our setting. So now we have a distributed prover. We have many proving machines. And so each machine is going to submit some subset of the evaluations of a polynomial to this oracle. And then the idea is once all of the machines have submitted their evaluations, then you have a well-defined polynomial. And then again, we're going to do a sum check argument. If you know about sum checks, the verifier is going to perform its final check using the polynomial commitment. Okay, so this is our overall approach, and then I'll just tell you a few problems we had to solve. So the first problem is essentially how do we represent this distributed interactive verification as a multilinear polynomial? Because previous work, although it was a streaming work in the streaming setting, the verification algorithm was still a single machine. So problem two is how do we modify the polynomial commitment to allow for a distributed commitment and evaluation? And the third is how do we get the provers to compute the sum check provers messages in a distributed way? And so for the solutions to these questions, I'll refer you to our paper. So that's all I had. Thank you.
We have time for a very quick question.
So you mentioned that the communication complexity between the provers cannot be large because they can only store, the storage size is small, right? But they need not store the full transcript, right? Like the communication can still be large, like the transcript can be very large, but it can be just the next message function is just dependent on the previous function. So the transcript can be like.
Yeah, so I guess that maybe I think that was part of my talk that wasn't completely clear. So you don't, like, it's true that if you have a protocol that takes like order W rounds, where W is the witness size, then of course you can have communication between the provers that's proportional to the witness size without having the storage problem. But then you have you have a protocol that takes like an extremely large amount of rounds, right? So you also want to optimize the rounds as well. So if you have like, essentially if you have the space requirement and you have some sort of reasonable round requirement, then you can't sort of reasonably allow for the for large prover communication.
Okay, thanks.
Let's thank the speaker again. So the next talk will be locally verifiable distributed snarks, and Eden is giving the talk.
No, I haven't got it. Not this one? Oops. Do you have it? Yes. Okay, sorry.
Hi, I'm Eden Aldemachuva, and I'm going to tell you about locally verifiable distributed snargs. This is joint work with Ilet Boyle, Ran Cohen, Tal Moran, and Rotem Oshman. So let's begin by defining snargs. A snarg is a computationally sound proof system where a prover and the verifier share a common reference string. The prover sends a proof to the verifier, claiming some input X is in the language L. Now, this proof should be succinct. Typically, it's polylogarithmic in the input size, and it should be much easier to verify than it is to decide whether X is in the language or not. Now, the soundness of this scheme is computational, meaning it's hard to prove a false statement, to find an input X which is not in the language, and a proof pi that nonetheless makes the verifier accept. Now, in this work, we're constructing snargs for distributed computations, And our distributed computing model is of a communication network where each node has its own input. And in a distributed algorithm, nodes exchange messages over the network's edges for some number of communication rounds. We think about polynomial number of rounds in the input size. Eventually, each node obtains its own output, and we define the language of a distributed algorithm A to be all triplets of a graph G, input assignment X and output Y, such that A on G and X outputs Y. Now, our snark is going to prove membership in these type of languages to the network nodes themselves. And we want that even if the original algorithm takes many rounds, the verification process is going to take few rounds. So a prover runs alongside the distributed algorithm, and it outputs in each node a certificate alongside the original output of the algorithm. These certificates, we want them to be succinct, and we consider succinctness as polylogarithmic in n, where n here is the combined size of the network itself and the inputs to the nodes. So in verification, nodes are going to receive these certificates alongside the inputs and outputs, and then they are going to perform only few number of communication rounds, and each node decides whether it accepts or rejects. We consider the network inputs, outputs, and certificates accepted if and only if all nodes accept. We call this a locally verifiable distributed snarg, or LVD snarg for short. It's a computationally sound proof system for distributed computations where the certificates to the node are succinct. The verification process is a local algorithm, meaning it takes only a few rounds using short messages, and of course, the usual completeness requirement holds as well. Now, this notion relates to both distributed proofs, which is a notion that we have in distributed computing, and this is actually the first computationally sound version of it, where we get more efficient solutions than in the current version. And it also relates to the snargs from standard assumptions world, where this fits quite nicely in the big picture of what we know to do from standard assumptions and what we don't know to do from standard assumptions. So there are two approaches for constructing these LVD snargs. The first one is a global prover. So here, the prover is going to be a centralized algorithm that sees a global view of the entire network and the inputs, and it just assigns certificates to the nodes. Now, as you're about to see, this yields a pretty simple construction. The only problem is that the ones that need to do the proving are the nodes of the network themselves. And in order for them to do that with a global prover, they first need to gather the entire information of the network in one place and then perform the computation. Now, this is very expensive in communication. So the other approach is of a distributed prover. Here, the prover is a truly distributed algorithm that just outputs the certificates in the node, and this yields a much more efficient solution, as nodes do not need in no point to collect the entire information in one place, but it takes much more effort in the construction itself and in its proof of soundness. Oh, sorry. So in our work, after defining LVD snargs, we show two constructions for them. The first one with the global prover, where the main tools that we use are hash trees or hash families with local openings, and RAM snargs. And another construction for distributed prover, where we first define and construct a new object that we call distributed Merkle tree, and our second main tool is batch arguments for NP. It's important to mention that in both constructions, they are from the CRS model, they are from standard assumptions, they have adaptive soundness notion, and the verification is not only local, but takes only one round of communication. So now I'm going to shortly show you our first construction of a global prover. Here, the first thing the prover does is take the entire representation of the network and inputs. Here it's the adjacency matrix, inputs, outputs of the algorithm, and it hashes them using a hash family with local openings. Now, the key observation here is that there are two things we can do with such a hash value. First, we can, for each node, open this hash to that node's information. And if we do that for all nodes, together this proves that this hash value is of the current network. And the second thing we can do is prove in a way that that hash value is of an instance of LA, the language of the algorithm. Now, when I say prove in a way, I mean RAM snarks, and this is a kind of a subtle notion. I'm not getting into this, but this has an asterisk on it. So without any more details, I'm going to go to our next construction of a distributed prover. Now, here I'm not going to be able to show you exactly what it does. What I am going to show you is a main challenge that is with constructing distributed provers and kind of an idea of how we face this challenge. So for the example, let's consider an algorithm that helps a group plan a party. In this algorithm, one node is the host, and the rest are participants. And each participant inputs what they would like to bring to the party. And in this example, all participants would like to bring bamboo shoots. The participants tell the host what they'd like to bring, and the host decides what each participant will bring according to the following process. So if it's a new request, it says OK and insert it to a list. And if the request is already in the list, it tells the participant to bring beer instead. So here is going to reply OK for the left one and beer for the right one. And eventually, each participant outputs what they're going to bring to the party. OK. Now we want to prove to this network. Now this network woke up. The left participant has its output. The right participant has its output. And we would like to prove to them that this is the correct output of the algorithm. One way to do that, one naive way to do that, is using the transcript of the algorithm. Now nodes could verify two things. They can first verify that the transcript makes sense, which means they would actually send these messages. And given that this is their transcript, they would actually output this output. And the second thing they could verify is that these transcripts are consistent with each other over the edges. Now, this idea actually works. And in the distributed computing setting where we usually talk about perfect soundness, this, for some problems, is the best we can do. But for us, this is too long. So the length of the transcript depends on number of rounds, message size, and degree of the node. And each one of these things could be large. So to make things shorter, one might say, let's hash the transcript at each node. Now we have a hash at each node, and this is succinct enough. And let's assume, for the matter of the example, that we could easily have a proof at each node that this transcript that it has hash is a valid transcript that actually yields its output. And we ask, are we done? Is this enough? So to see why that's not enough, let's consider an adversary that tries to prove to both participants that they're going to bring bamboo shoots to the party. Now, this adversary is going to give the left participant and the host exactly the same hash values in proof it gave them in the honest case. And to the right participant is going to give the same hash value in proofs it gives the left participant. In this case, everyone are going to accept a false state. Now, this is a false state because in the original algorithm, there's no way both would bring bamboo shoots. And as some of you can see already, the problem is that underneath the hash value, we have unmatching transcripts. And because this is one hash value per node, we cannot check consistency between these values underneath the hash. So this was succinct enough, but not sound, because we couldn't check consistency. So what if we hash a different hash value for each neighbor? Now the host has two separate hash values, one for each participant, and now this does work. They can check consistency, and this actually is sound. Now our problem is that it requires each node to have separate value as part of the certificate for each neighbor. And while in this example it doesn't seem so bad, in general networks, we could have something that looks like that. And once we have high degree nodes, we cannot afford the certificate to grow linearly with the degree. So it seems that what we need is to have one hash value, and to perform many consistency checks over it without having separate values for each such check. So our solution for this is our distributed Merkle tree. And before we go there, let's look at the outgoing messages at this example algorithm. And if we put all these messages together, we get the entire transcript of the entire network in the algorithm. If we hash these together, we get one hash value that is of the entire transcript of all the participants. And if we could magically have this hash value for all the nodes, our problem is solved. Because now we can prove to each node a proof that refers to that hash value, and we can also check consistency, because nodes have the same hash. So this solves all of our problems. Now how do we get this hash in each node? So that is our distributed Merkle tree. Now we go for a different network just to show what this Merkle tree is. So it's a Merkle tree of content that lies in the nodes. And each node has some fraction of a Merkle tree and an opening path to that fraction. And what's special here is that when these fractions are put together, they form the exactly same Merkle tree as would be constructed by an authority that sees the entire input. And now we want to achieve these fractions in the node without having to first collect the entire information in one place, compute the Merkle tree, and then spread the fractions. And our secondary result in this work is that we managed to do that in only O of D rounds, where D is the diameter of the network, and in each round we only use polylogarithmic messages. And this actually solves our one hash many consistency checks problem. So to sum up, we define and construct locally verifiable distributed snarks. These are computationally sound proof systems for distributed computations, which give more efficient results than what we currently have. We construct both global prover LVD snark and a distributed one, and we use a new notion that we define of distributed Merkle trees. Thank you.
We have time for questions. So I do have one question. In the complete, so you define that is adaptive sound. Do you mean adaptive after you choose the CRS? The theorem is adaptive.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But okay, thank you.
Yeah. So everyone shares the same CRS. So all of the nodes see it, and the prover sees it. And then after the malicious prover would choose the network and the inputs after seeing the CRS.
Okay. Thank you. So let's thank the speaker again. So the next talk will be online, and the title of the talk is "Your Reputation is Safe with Me: Framing Free Distributed Zero Knowledge Proof." And Mor will give it the talk.
Yes, thank you. So this is joint work with Karmit Chazai and Muthu Venkita Subramaniam. So I'm going to talk about distributed zero-knowledge proofs, and this is a non-standard setting for zero knowledge. So let me just start by defining the model. So in this distributed model, we have one prover and multiple verifiers. Everyone can talk to everyone. And the goal is to prove some NP statement. For example, that a graph is three-colorable. So here the prover knows the graph and the coloring, but the verifiers might not even know the entire graph. It might be the case that each verifier only has some local view. For example, just knows the local neighborhood of one node. And zero knowledge in this context means that a subset of corrupted verifiers don't learn anything about the coloring, obviously, but also they don't learn anything about the rest of the graph. And framing free in this context means that a subset of corrupted verifiers can't frame the prover. So they can't cause the honest verifiers to reject the true claim. So as I said, this is a non-standard setting for zero knowledge, and you might ask yourselves, why do we even care about it? So the reason is that there are indeed many situations where we have one prover and multiple verifiers, and each verifier only has a local view of the statement. So for example, think of trying to prove honest behavior in MPC protocols. So if Snoopy wants to prove that he behaved honestly, the claim he's making is that the messages he sent are consistent with the messages that he received and with his input and his randomness. And this is an NP statement in which the witness is the input and randomness of Snoopy, and the statement are the messages that Snoopy received, and this statement is distributed between the rest of the parties. So this is one example. There are many other situations where DZK proofs naturally arise, and framing is a real concern in these situations. Another aspect of these types of applications is that you can actually divide the proof into two phases, a proving phase and a verification phase. Going back to the example of proving honest behavior, while you're executing the MPC protocol, and this might take several rounds, you can additionally compute some other information on the side, which is going to be used as the proof later on. But then once the MPC execution is done, you want to be able to verify the proof very efficiently. And what do I mean by very efficiently? I mean that the communication complexity during this verification phase should scale polynomially with the number of verifiers, but only polylogarithmically with the size of the instance, which is the communication of the MPC in this example. And our goal today is to construct distributed zero-knowledge proofs that are both verification efficient and framing free. So what do we know about these proofs? There have been many different works in many different models, as well as on related notions like verifiable relation sharing. The model we're working with was introduced by Bonnet et al. And in this model, the input statement is distributed between the verifiers. Soundness should hold against a prover colluding with verifiers, and we want information theoretic security. And the only difference between the Bonnet et al. Model and our model is that Bonnet et al. Don't consider framing, and we add the framing-free guarantee to the model. So in these different models, there have been different constructions. The most relevant for us is a construction of Bonnet et al., which give verification-efficient DZKs for NP, but the prover can be framed in their construction. And actually, all of these constructions fall short of getting both verification efficiency and framing free in our model. So before I continue, I just want to note that we could have just solved the DZK problem by using generic off-the-shelf MPC protocols, but this would not give us verification efficiency. So to get something verification efficient, we really need to tailor something, tailor the protocol to the distributed zero-knowledge setting. So today I want to show you a framing-free, verification-efficient, distributed zero-knowledge proof for NP. We can handle 1/6 corruption, more or less. And actually, if you forgo the framing-free guarantee, then we can scale up the corruption threshold to roughly 1/2, and this matches the DZKs of Bonnet et al., which I mentioned in the previous slide. We get our DZKs using a new analysis for MPC in the head in the distributed setting. And this analysis is very different from a different analysis of MPC in the head in the distributed setting, which was given by Appelbaum et al. To construct VRS. And our construction also departs from the Bonnet et al. Construction, which was based on fully linear IOPs. We then instantiate this general approach using different MPC protocols to get DZKs that are verification efficient and have different trade-offs between the round complexity and the total proof length. And here we're using the flexibility of the MPC in the head paradigm, which is that we can instantiate it with different MPC protocols to get different types of results. And finally, we use our DZKs for several applications where the framing-free guarantee is essential to get the required properties of the application. So in the time I have left, I want to give you an idea of our DZK construction. And as I already mentioned, we could have just executed an MPC protocol between the prover and verifiers, but this would not have been communication efficient. But since the prover has a full view, she knows the input and she knows the witness, the prover could have actually executed the MPC on behalf of the verifiers. So executed the entire MPC in her head. And once the execution ends, the prover has a trace of the execution, which consists of all the parties' view in this interaction. And we know from the original MPC in the head paper, Avishai, Kushilevitz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai, that to get soundness, we just need to make sure that this execution was done correctly. And to check this, it's enough to check pairwise consistency between every pair of views. So checking that the messages reported in these views really do line up. So this already gives us a template of how to design distributed zero-knowledge proofs. And the idea is for the prover to execute the MPC in her head on behalf of the verifiers, and then send each verifier his view in this interaction. And now the verifiers just need to check pairwise consistency. So every verifier will locally check that his view is correct, and each pair of verifiers will exchange the messages and check that there's pairwise consistency. If some verifier notices an inconsistency, he'll complain, and if someone complains, we reject. So this is awesome, except that we're not getting verification efficiency. We're actually resending the entire communication of the MPC protocol, and we seem to have not made any progress at all. But actually, we have made progress, and the reason is that we don't need to resend the entire communication. All we need to do is check that the messages are identical. And to do this, we don't need to exchange the messages. It's enough to compute short information theoretic tags, max, on these messages and then just exchange the tags. And it turns out that we can generate all of the tags by just using one random field element. So now the idea is for the verifiers to jointly sample this random field element, toss a coin. Each verifier will locally compute the MAC, and each pair of verifiers will exchange the MACs between them, and then inconsistencies are determined according to these tags. And this already gives us a DZK that's verification efficient and matches the DZKs of Bonnet et al. But it doesn't prevent framing, because a verifier can always complain that he detected some inconsistency, and there's no way of kind of resolving this dispute of who's lying. Is it the verifier or the prover? And the idea to prevent framing is that we're going to eliminate all of the point-to-point communication. So everything is going to be sent over broadcasts. So now each verifier is going to broadcast all the tags. And then each verifier locally counts how, and then once you broadcast these tags, the prover can complain against verifiers that are lying. And now each verifier can locally count how many complaints there are. How many verifiers complained against the prover? How many verifiers did the prover complain against? And if there are too many complaints, the prover must be cheating. But if there are few complaints, we can attribute them to cheating verifiers and accept the claim. So we've prevented framing, but we've also possibly eliminated zero knowledge, because these tags don't necessarily hide the messages. So to get zero knowledge again, the idea is to one-time pad encrypt these tags. Each pair of verifiers is going to have a unique random mask joined between them and use this mask to one-time pad encrypt the tag. And it turns out that the prover can actually choose these masks, and that doesn't violate soundness. And the reason is that the prover chooses the masks before the verifiers toss the coin that determines the tags. So let me give you a very high-level sketch of our DZK proofs. The prover is going to emulate in her head an execution of the MPC protocol between all the verifiers, so executing the MPC on behalf of the verifiers. She then sends each verifier his view in this interaction, as well as the random masks you need to one-time pad encrypt the tags. Then the verifiers toss a coin. Each verifier uses this to generate the MACs and the tags, one-time pad encrypt them, and broadcast everything. Then there's a round of complaints, and each verifier counts how many complaints there are and decides whether to accept or to reject. So to sum up our construction, I just want to compare the MPC and the head technique in our distributed setting and in the two-party setting. So in our distributed setting, the prover executes the MPC on behalf of the verifiers. So the MPC parties correspond to verifiers. Then the verifiers compare all of the messages. So the entire execution trace is checked, and therefore the soundness error is independent of the number of parties in the MPC and the head. But the MPC and the head was actually introduced in the two-party setting in a seminal work of Yishai Kushilevitz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai. And in this setting, we only have one verifier. So the execution of the MPC and the head is over virtual parties. Each party holds a secret share of the witness. And the number of parties determines the soundness error. Then the prover commits to the views in this interaction, and the verifier asks to check some subset of these views. So only a partial execution trace is checked. So let me summarize. I show you today distributed zero-knowledge proofs for NP that are both verification efficient and framing free. There's a lot more in the paper that I didn't have time to talk about, like instantiations and applications for which the framing free property is really essential. Thank you.
Questions? So I do have a question. So your threshold is 1.6, right? For the framing free. Do you think that is if you remove framing free is one half? Do you think that there is a lower bound that is different from one half in case of framing free, or like is the lower bound different?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I wish I had a better answer than saying that I don't know. We've thought about this a little bit. So there's a work of GIKR from 2002 that construct VRS, which is very closely related to DZK. And they get information theoretic security like we do, and they also get 1/6 corruptions. So we're kind of matching their threshold, but we don't know whether we could improve it. In the computational setting, you can get close to 1/2, and this is by recent works by Appelbaum et al. I don't know why we get I understand why we get it in the proof, but I don't know whether there's a lower bound, no.
Okay, thanks. So let's thank the speaker again. So next talk is Beyond MPC in the End, Black Box Construction of Short Zero Knowledge Proof. And Mor is giving the talk. So Mor, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So this is also joint work with Kalmit Chazai and Muthu Venkita Subramaniam. So this talk has two parts to it. In the first part, I'm going to show you a new paradigm for designing zero-knowledge proofs. And this extends the MPC and the head technique of Yishai Kushilevitz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai that I just talked about a couple of minutes ago. So our new approach replaces the MPC protocol with weaker primitives like fully homomorphic encryption, functional encryption, function or homomorphic secret sharing, randomized encodings or laconic function evaluation, or even with interactive protocols like interactive proofs and interactive oracle proofs. And actually, you can use this paradigm not only to get zero-knowledge proofs, but also to get commit and prove functionalities. Then in the second part of the talk, I'm going to use this paradigm to show you new constructions of short zero-knowledge proofs. But this is really going to be towards the end of the talk. And if you're very curious to know what we get, I promise you in the end, there's going to be a scary table. So as I said, I'm going to talk about zero-knowledge proofs just in a few words, because I assume we all know what zero-knowledge proofs are. I'm talking about the two-party setting in this talk and interactive proofs. And our goal is to go beyond MPC and the head. So a good starting point is to know what MPC and the head is. So this is a really beautiful paradigm introduced by Yishai Kushilevitz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai in 2007 to construct two-party zero-knowledge proofs from MPC protocols. And throughout the talk, the NP relation I'm going to think of is proving that a circuit is satisfiable. So this is the high-level idea of the paradigm. The prover emulates an MPC execution in her head, and the verifier checks that this MPC was executed correctly. For the purpose of this talk, you just need to know 3 ingredients of this technique. So the first is that the prover secret shares the witness in her head using an additive sharing. The second ingredient is that the prover uses an MPC protocol to somehow evaluate the circuit over the witness. So the prover runs an MPC protocol for a public function which reconstructs the witness from the secret shares and then evaluates the circuit. The prover then commits to the trace of this execution, which is the views of all the parties, and the verifier checks the correctness of the execution, but by opening up a subset of the views. The third component is how ICOs use the properties of the MPC protocol to get the properties of the zero-knowledge proof. And more specifically, they use the privacy of the MPC to prove zero knowledge, and they use the correctness of the MPC to prove soundness. So what they show is that all you need to do is to check that the protocol was executed correctly, because the correctness of the MPC guarantees that if everything was executed correctly, the outcome is the outcome of the circuit on some input, and this can only be one if the circuit is satisfiable. So again, 3 main ingredients to the MPC in the head technique: secret sharing the witness, evaluating the relation on the secret shares, and then using the correctness and privacy of the MPC protocol. You don't need fully secure protocols, just correctness and privacy. And this paradigm has been super influential, used in many applications beyond zero-knowledge proofs. I really don't have room in my slide to cite all the works on MPC in the head. But all these works, when they come to instantiate the MPC protocol, they use fully secure protocols and don't take advantage of this feature of MPC in the head, which is that you don't need full security. So today, the goal is to go beyond MPC in the head and base the paradigm on game-based primitives that allow us to encrypt secrets and homomorphically compute over them. So if I tell you I want a primitive that allows you to encrypt secrets and homomorphically compute over them, you should be thinking of fully homomorphic encryption, right? And indeed, this is one of the primitives that we use in our paradigm. And before I describe the general paradigm, I want to give an example of how to construct zero-knowledge proofs from FHE. And when I say FHE, I mean the public key primitive that has 4 algorithms: key generation, encryption, evaluating over encrypted secrets, and then decryption. So this is how we generate the proof. The prover first secret shares the witness in her head. We only need to share into 2 witness shares. Now the idea is to somehow use the algorithms of the FHE to evaluate the circuit over the witness. So the first thing the prover does is runs the key generation algorithm in her head to set up the scheme. She then encrypts the first witness share. She then evaluates, uses the evaluation algorithm to evaluate the circuit over the witness share, over the witness. And this is how we do it. So we define a new circuit C tilde, which is a private circuit that has W2, the second witness share, hardwired into it. This C tilde takes its input, XORs it with the hardwired W2, and then applies the original circuit C. And we evaluate this C tilde over an encryption of W1. So the outcome Y here should encrypt the output of the circuit C on the witness, which would be 1. Now the prover has a trace of the execution, which consists of the inputs and random inputs of all the algorithms and the outputs of all the algorithms, and this is what she sends over to the verifier. And now the verifier just wants to check that everything was executed correctly, and he's going to choose one of the phases of this execution and check that it was executed correctly. So for example, if you want to check key generation, you'll read the random input and the outputs and check that everything's okay. If you choose to check witness encryption, you will read the first witness share, W1. If you choose to check evaluation, you'll read the second witness share W2 and an encryption of the first witness share W1. But that's fine, because the encryption of W1 should hide this secret share. So you're basically only seeing one secret share. And then the verifier can also choose to check that the output does indeed decrypt to 1. So this gives us a zero-knowledge proof from fully homomorphic encryption, but actually it naturally generalizes to other primitives as well, where the idea is to replace the MPC protocol with a primitive that lets us encrypt over secrets and homomorphically compute over them. And then the proof is generated by secret sharing the witness, running the key generation algorithm, encrypting W1, the first witness share, evaluating over this encryption, where we evaluate a function, a private function that depends on W2, the second witness share, and finally decrypting or reconstructing the output from the outcome of evaluation. And we need 3 properties from this primitive. So we need correctness. This gives us the soundness of the zero-knowledge proof. And we need 2 types of privacy. The first type is input privacy. We need this because we evaluate a function that depends on W2 with an encryption of W1. So we need this encryption to hide W1. In some cases, we also need function privacy because when we check the output here, it was computed using a function that depends on W2. So we need the outcome of homomorphic evaluation to hide the function that was evaluated. So I showed you an example for a one-party primitive where we have one evaluator. You could have used other one-party primitives like functional encryption, laconic function evaluation, or randomized encodings. The paradigm can also use multi-party primitives like homomorphic or function secret sharing, where we have multiple evaluators. You could actually have also used interactive proofs or interactive oracle proofs, or both secret key and public key primitives can be used in our paradigm, and also primitives with imperfect correctness. So really everything goes. And actually the same paradigm also extends to giving not just zero-knowledge proofs, but also commit and proof style functionalities. So this paradigm is very versatile, and we exploit this versatility to get different zero-knowledge proof constructions based on different instantiations of these primitives. So at a very high level, we construct zero-knowledge proofs that are constant round and have constant soundness error, and use the underlying primitive as a black box. And this is what we get. So I promised you there will be a scary table. So let me just highlight a few of our results. The first result is a construction of zero-knowledge proofs for NC1 with communication that approaches the witness length based on the DCR assumption. Or more generally, this construction uses homomorphic secret sharing in a black box way, but to get the communication that we want, we instantiate HSS based on DCR. So before our work, the original Ishai, Kushilevitz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai paper from 2007 gave a zero-knowledge proof with the same communication for AC0 using one-way functions in a black box way. So you can think of our result as a scaling up of the ICOS result, showing that you can scale up AC0 to NC1 by scaling up the assumption from one-way functions to DCR. Then we have another result for NC1 with the same communication using one-way functions as a black box, where the previous results use the one-way function in a non-black box way. And then I think that looking at these 2 results, it seems a bit confusing because the second result seems to subsume the first one, but actually these results are incomparable. And the reason is that this second result here from one-way functions, while we do have constant rounds in the zero-knowledge proof, the exact round complexity depends on the relation that we're proving. Whereas in the first result, based on DCR, the round complexity is bounded by a constant, a universal constant that's independent of the relation. And then we have a bunch of other results for other complexity classes where we give black box alternatives to existing zero-knowledge proofs with the same parameters, but that used the underlying primitive in a non-black box way. And I just want to make 2 comments about the statement I just made. The first is that we don't improve over the Chazai and Kita Subramanian result here. They were also black box in the one-way functions. But what we do is we show that we can get their result as a special case of our paradigm. And the second comment is that we give a black box alternative to a recent zero-knowledge proof of Nassar and Rothblum here. And we do pay a little bit for the black box because we get a constant here which is slightly over 2, and they can go down very close to 1. So in summary, I showed you a new new paradigm to constructing zero-knowledge proof based on game-based primitives. It's a very versatile paradigm. We tried several primitives. We didn't try everything out there. So I encourage you to take your favorite primitive and try to cast it into our paradigm and see whether it works. And we exploited this versatility to give zero-knowledge proofs with either new parameters or black box alternatives to existing results. Thank you.
Questions?
The FHE-based thing, as far as I can tell, doesn't use compactness, so you can do YAO-based, for example, to use with that construction. Right? I mean, there's no reason why the ciphertext needs to stay small. It can grow with the computation, so your communication grows a little bit, but the construction stays the same, I think.
We could have used garbled circuits. Is that what you're saying?
For example, yes.
So this is when I say randomized encodings here, so garbled circuits is a special case. And we do, to get the Chazai and Kita Subramanian result, we use garbled circuits, yes.
Thanks.
Test? Cool. Yeah, I was wondering whether if you go back to the table, you said that the second construction based on DCR, the first line based on DCR does not, the communication complexity does not depend on the depth of the computation, but something probably does, because otherwise it would just work for NP, right? Like what depends on the depth of the computation?
The size of the computation.
It only depends on the size of the computation? Nothing like the security. Like, what if the depth was more than polylogarithmic?
So you need to, the question is, how do you get the results, right? So this HSS, we only know how to get it with the communication that we want for NC1. This is...
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So you improve HSS. If you give me a better HSS, you give me a great HSS for NP, I give you a great zero-knowledge proof for NP. But I'm restricted by what the primitives, I mean the instantiations of the primitives that we currently have.
Okay, so the limit is in the HSS. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again. So the next talk is rough instances security for batch knowledge proof, and Amit is giving the talk.
Just a second. So this is the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Amit Sharabi. This talk is about rogue instance security for batch knowledge proofs. This is joint work with Gil Segev and Eilon Yogev. So one of the simplest proofs of knowledge is Sigma protocol, which is a 3-round protocol where the prover wishes to convince the verifier it knows a witness W, such that X and W are in a relation R. We require the trivial completeness and another 2 properties. The first one is special soundness, which means that given an instance X and 2 accepting transcripts with a common first message alpha and distinct challenges beta, one can extract the corresponding witness. And the second one is zero knowledge, which means that the verifier cannot learn any additional information from the interaction with the prover. For the security of the protocol, We consider a hard distribution D, which means that given an instance sample from D, it's hard to extract a witness. And we say that the protocol is T epsilon sound with respect to hard distribution if for any T-time adversary, the probability that the verifier is going to accept, given that the instance witness pair was sampled from the hard distribution, is bounded by epsilon. Using the forking lemma, for example, the assumption that the distribution is hard and the special soundness property of sigma protocols lead to T epsilon soundness with respect to hard distribution. One of the most influential sigma protocols is Schnorr protocol, which is a proof of knowledge for the discrete logarithm problem. Both the prover and the verifier holds an instance g to the w, and the prover wishes to convince the verifier it knows w. The protocol is as follows. The prover samples some random r and sends to the verifier g to the r. The verifier samples some challenge e, and the prover responds with r plus e times w. The verifier accepts if and only if g to the gamma equals to alpha times x to the beta. The security for Schnorr protocol is usually proven by a reduction to the discrete logarithm problem. Shoup showed that every t-query algorithm solves discrete log with probability at most t squared over p, while the best known security bound for Schnorr protocol is recently shown by Rotem and Segev and bounded by t squared over p to the power of 2/3. In order to derive this bound, they used a new assumption that they call the second moment assumption, and we will define it later on in this talk. So now that we have a proof of knowledge for a single instance, but now what if we wish to convince knowledge for multiple instances? So now both the prover and the verifier holds k instances x1 to xk, and the prover wishes to convince the verifier it knows all corresponding witnesses. The first trivial solution is to invoke the original protocol on each one of the instances separately, which can be done in parallel. However, this leads to a factor of k in the communication complexity of the protocol. So our first question is how to batch sigma protocols while preserving small communication. And secondly, even if we have more efficient protocol, we ask what soundness notion should apply for batch knowledge proofs. Since in the single instance case, the soundness notion was trivial. We only had one instance. But now when we have k instances, some of them may be honestly generated by a hard distribution D and some of them may not. So in order to answer this question, we give a new notion of knowledge soundness, which we call the ROG instance soundness. This is a very strong soundness notion and inspired by the ROG key security for multi-signature schemes. This notion considers a hard distribution D and the settings in which the malicious prover is provided with an honestly generated instance x1, which is sampled from a hard distribution, and then may choose the rest of the batch instances adaptively based on x1 in order to convince the verifier it knows all corresponding witnesses without actually having the knowledge of the witness w1. That is, the prover is provided with an instance x1, which is sampled from a hard distribution D, and then chooses the rest of the batch instances adaptively based on x1. We capture this in a simple game, which is to sample the instance witness pair from a hard distribution, then to invoke the malicious prover on the instance x1 in order to get the rest of the batch instances x2 to xk, and then we continue to follow the original sigma protocol. We sample some challenge beta, the prover responds with an answer gamma, and the verifier decides whether to accept or reject. So now that we have a notion of knowledge soundness for batch protocol, it is left to see whether can we batch sigma protocols while preserving small communication. Our main theorem says that every algebraic sigma protocol for one instance, which will define the notion of algebraic sigma protocols later on in this talk, can be transformed into a batch sigma protocol for k instances with the same communication C while preserving zero knowledge. Then we assumed that the distribution is second moment hard and derive a ROG soundness bound for our batch protocol, which is bounded by t squared over the size of the witness space to the power of 2/3. Using our theorem, we derive batch Schnorr protocol with ROG soundness, which is bounded by t squared over p to the power of 2/3. It is in fact matches the state of the art of Rotem and Segev for a single instance Schnorr protocol and does not depend in k at all. In fact, a batch Schnorr protocol was already constructed, however, the security bound relies exponentially in k. Practically, if we set the group size to 2 to the 256, the attacker's running time to 2 to the 80, and the number of batch instances k to 6, the previously known bound to Schnorr protocol is only 2 to the minus 14, while our algebraic bound is 2 to the minus 64. But what I didn't tell you about is the assumption that we used in order to derive such bound. We said that the distribution is hard if given an instance sampled from a distribution, it's hard to extract the corresponding witness. Here, instead of considering the hardness with respect to strict time algorithms, we consider the hardness of extracting a witness with respect to expected running time algorithms. The second moment assumption was recently introduced by Rotem and Segev and considered the second moment of the expected running time of the algorithm. Formally, we say that the distribution is second moment hard if for every algorithm A, the probability it succeeds in extracting a witness is bounded by the second moment of its expected running time over the size of the witness space, where now TA is a random variable instead of a strict parameter. In order to give evidence to support the hardness of the second moment assumption, we showed that it holds for discrete log in the generic group model. So, just a quick reminder, we give a new notion of knowledge soundness, which we call the ROG instance soundness, and showed how to batch sigma protocols that satisfies this notion. So for the technical section, we start by showing our batch protocol. But first, we need to define the notion of algebraic sigma protocols. A sigma protocol is algebraic if there exists an homomorphic one-way function f over two abelian cyclic groups such that the prover wishes to convince the verifier it knows the pre-image of f on w. The structure of such protocol is as follows. The prover samples some random r and sends to the verifier f on r. The verifier samples some challenge beta and the prover responds with r plus beta times w. The verifier accepts if and only if f on gamma equals to alpha times x to the beta. This may seem to be very familiar, since Schnorr protocol is an algebraic sigma protocol, where the function f on x equals to g to the x. So now that we have the notion of algebraic sigma protocols, we are ready to show how to batch them into by preserving small communication. So just to remind you, now both the prover and the verifier holds k instances, and the prover wishes to convince the verifier it knows the pre-image to each one of them. Our protocol is as follows. The prover samples now k random elements, R1 to Rk, but instead of sending each message separately, it is going to send the product of f on Ri. The verifier now samples k random elements, beta 1 to beta k, and the prover responds with the sum over Ri plus beta I times Wi, which is again, instead of sending each of them separately. We denote those messages as alpha, beta, gamma, and the verifier accepts if and only if f on gamma equals alpha times the product of xi to the beta I. Now, the prover to verifier communication is two group elements which are the same as the original sigma protocol. The verifier here indeed sends k group elements, but it is less significant since when you apply the Fiat-Shamir transformation, it is replaced by applying a hash function, and you can think of a version where the verifier sends a seed for the prover to apply a random marker in order to decrease the communication of the protocol. So now that we have our batch protocol, we are ready to derive the ROG instance bound for our batch protocol. We said that the distribution is hard if given an instance sampled from a distribution, it's hard to extract the corresponding witness. Therefore, in order to derive our ROG soundness bound, we are going to construct an extractor that given as input an honestly generated instance x1, which is sampled from the hard distribution, and then it is going to simulate the ROG instance game and specifically the malicious prover itself in order to extract the witness W1. So now we are going to focus on constructing such an extractor. The first trivial extractor uses the +1 special soundness, which is a generalization of the special soundness property. The +1 special soundness property means that given k+1 accepting transcripts, one can extract k witnesses. So our extractor can simulate the ROG instance game many times in order to obtain k+1 accepting transcripts, and then using the +1 special soundness property, it can extract all corresponding witnesses, and specifically to extract W1. However, this solution is very costly, since in order to obtain k+1 accepting transcripts, the running time of our extractor increases while its success probability decreases. And in fact, we are only interested in extracting a single witness, the witness W1. So in order to overcome this issue, we defined a new notion, which we called local special soundness, which means that if you fix an index I star and you wish to find a witness Wi star, Given two designed accepting transcripts with a common first message alpha, common challenges beta 1 to beta k, except the challenge beta I star, which has to be different, one can extract the witness wi star. We show that our batch protocol has local special soundness, and therefore it suffices to construct an extractor that outputs two accepting transcripts instead of k plus 1 accepting transcripts. So our extractor is as follows. We simulate the rogue instance game once, and if the verifier rejects, we abort. Otherwise, we simulate the rogue instance game 1 over square root epsilon times with distinct beta I star, and if we indeed obtain two accepting transcripts, we can extract the witness wi star using the local special soundness property. See, once you have the local special soundness property, it is not very hard to come up with such an extractor. However, its analysis is quite challenging. We show that the expected running time of our extractor is bounded by 2t, and that the second moment of its expected running time behaves similarly the same and bounded by 4t squared. Then we show that the success probability of our extractor is at least epsilon to the power of 3/2, and combined with the second moment assumption, it allows us to derive our rogue soundness bound. So to sum up, we gave a new notion of knowledge soundness for batch protocols, which we called rogue instance soundness. We showed how to efficiently construct batch signal protocols that satisfies this soundness notion. Then I told you that in order to give evidence to support the hardness of the second moment assumption, we showed that it holds for the discrete log in the generic group model. But in fact, we showed more general statement. We presented a framework for analyzing expected time hardness in generic models, such as the generic group model, the random oracle, and so on. And when we apply our framework on the discrete log problem, we get the second moment assumption. That's it. Thank you very much.
Questions? Okay, then let's thank the speaker again. So this concludes this session, and see you back at 3:25.
Hello. Another quick announcement. So we will open the first conference room, also on third floor, for people to use for discussion or just to take a break. So you can use that. But just to be sure that no food and drink are allowed in that room and also here. The venue is pretty strict on this rule. If we violate the rule, it will be difficult for us to get the place again in the future. So be sure to not eat and drink in the menus, in the rooms. Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the multi-party computation 1 session. The first talk in this session would be about randomized functions with Hadron complexity by Saguata Basu, Hamiderza Amini, Khoagsani, Hamata Maji, and Hai Nguyen, and Hai will give the talk.
Thank you for the introductions. I'm talking about randomized functions with high round complexity. And this is joint work with Basu, Maji, and Hamid. So let me start with introducing the model. So we study round complexity of secure computations in information theoretic plane model. In this model, Alice have a private input X, and Bob have private input Y. And their objective is to sample the same output Z from the distributions f of x, y. So the two parties has unbounded computational power. They honestly follow the protocol, but curious to obtain additional information about the other party private inputs. So parties also allowed to speak in rounds over an ideal communication channel. So we are interested in the round complexities of securely computing the given function f. So let me summarize the current state of the art. So if we are in the setting without security, then any functions can be computed in 2 rounds. It's very simple. Alice sends her inputs to Bob, then Bob samples the outputs from the distributions, then Bob sends the output back to Alice. So now consider is a setting where we consider semi-honest security. So first, we look at the class of functions. They are deterministic. So for this, in the seminal work by Shaw, Kusilevich, and Beaver, they characterize the set of all the functions that have a secure protocol. So in particular, any deterministic decomposable functions has round complexity at most this number, that number. Okay. And what about for the randomized functions? So for randomized functions, data Prakahans characterized for a particular set of functions. Those functions have ternary outputs, and the upper bound on the round complexities is 2. So the question remains open for general randomized functions. So we observe that in all 3 rows here, the round complexities, it depends only on the size of the inputs and output alphabets. And it's independent of the probability distributions describing the function f. Therefore, it is natural to conjecture that this is also true for arbitrary randomized functions. And here's our contributions. Somehow surprisingly, we show that this conjecture is false. In particular, for any natural number r, we construct a function with binary inputs and with 5 output alphabets, so that the round complexity is equal to r. So the round complexities must involve the probability describing the function f. And we also saw that our construction is optimal. So for any functions with binary inputs and with output alphabet of size at most 4, the round complexities is at most 4. So our result indicates that the randomized functions computation landscape is very complicated, and a lot of secure computation techniques might be unknown to us. and it beyond our intuitions and imaginations. So we also discover a fascinating connections between secure computations and hydrodynamics. So we learn about these connections in an algebraic geometry workshop. And let me give you some intuition here. So first, the secure computation problems is closely related to the nomination hole. That is parameterized by two parameters, a lambda and a set of initial points. And from the set of initial points, we recursively construct a sequence of sets. And here's the constructions. We don't need to get to, we don't need to know exactly how, how the set is constructed. And the lamination host is the limits of the sequence of sets. And the route complexity problems is in which lambda is special sets, where the first coordinate and the second coordinate is 0. So finding the nomination host is tied to computing the stationary solutions of some differential equations. And that is IPM equations that you can see here. So again, it's not important to understand the equations. So the point that it might be the case that secure computation protocols manifest in physical processes in nature. So for the rest of the talk, I will give some high-level overview of our constructions. So our constructions is based on the framework developed by the same set of authors last year. So in this, we reduce the route complexity problem to a geometric problem. So every function is encoded as a triplet in a high-dimensional space. It encodes at least marginal distributions, both marginal distributions, and the function encoding. And we have rules for bonding. We can convert this combine 2 points if the first coordinates are the same or the second coordinates are the same. And for the base case, the initial set S0 is a set of all the unsplit monochromatic rectangles. And the size of the set equal to the size of the output alphabets. And there are geometric actions. It recursively constructs the set Si plus 1 from Si. So Si plus 1 is a set of all convex combinations of points in Si that satisfy the rule of bonding. And the route complexities reduce it to membership testing. In particular, the route complexities of the functions is less than or equal to R if and only if the query points is in the set SR. So as a consequence, the route complexities is exactly equal to R if and only if the query point in SR but not in SR minus 1. So using these results, our constructions is entirely geometry. So let me recall our objective here. For every natural number R, we want to construct a functions with binary inputs and 5 output alphabets, so that the route complexity of these functions is equal to R. And following the reductions, it suffices to construct functions so that the query point is in SR and not in SR minus 1. So here's our main idea. We construct a set S0 of constant size in an ambient space of constant dimensions, so that the sequence of sets S0, S1 does not stabilize. What I mean is that S0 is not a strict subset of S1, and so on and so forth. So why we need this? Because if this sequence of sets stabilizes, then the route complexity is bounded. And here's our example. We start with a set S0, have 5 points in 3D. And this is the data square example. And here we represent the first 2 coordinates of these points using the x and y axis. And for the third coordinate, we use the cycle as a circle to represent it. And the fractions of the rect areas represents the third coordinate. For example, for all 4 points, A, B, C, and D, the third coordinate is 0. So that the rect areas, the fraction of rect areas is 0. But for point E, the third coordinate is 1. So the fractions of rect areas is 1. So the entire circle. Now following the rule of bonding, we can combine 2 points B and E. They are axis aligned or horizontally aligned. So we can add the midpoint of B and E to the set S1. So for this point, the fraction of rect areas is half. And for S2, we can do similarly. We can combine C and the new point added to S1 because they are vertically aligned. So we added the midpoint of the 2 points. Now the fraction of rect areas is 1/4. And we keep doing that from the new point with D, and we get a new point in S3. And now the fraction of rect areas is 1/8. And so on. We have new point. The fraction of area is 1/16. And if we do it one more step, then the fraction of rect areas is 1/32. So we keep doing it like that. So let me summarize what we do so far. So we constructed a sequence of points in R3. So that's the third coordinate is decreasing. It is 1/2 to the power I. And this tends to 0, but it never reaches 0. So we have an infinite sequence of points. So that's why we achieve our objective. And a remark here is that this example is similar to the famous Tata square in mathematics. And we learned about this earlier this year in the workshop. So now, using that example, we can construct the functions as follows. And here is the closed form expression of the functions. And actually, we have to leave it up from the 3D dimensions to 7-dimensional space, because the set of initial point does not correspond to any functions. But the idea is simple. The initial set of points still 5 points. And actually, the last coordinate of the new S0 is same as the third coordinate in the 3D dimensions. Okay. So for this, we also construct the query points and show that it is in SF4K plus 1 and not in the set S4K. And here we show the constructions for 4K minus 1, 4K plus 1, and other 4K plus 2, plus 3, and plus 0 is constructed similarly. So in conclusions, we construct functions, randomized functions, with high round complexities. These functions are simple with binary inputs and with 5 output alphabets. And our constructions are optimal. And one open question is that does a 2-party randomized functions have a secure protocol? These questions remain open. And the corresponding nomination hole problems is an open problem in algebraic geometry. And that question is recently proposed in the workshop. And in an ongoing work, we show that the questions, this problem is decidable. And the technical ideas we use is using tropical geometry. And thank you for the attention. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions?
This is a kind of non-technical question. So there are it's very interesting that there was a parallel between secure computation and fluid dynamics, and I'm sure there are a lot of parallels out there in, with a lot of different fields, but it's often very difficult to find those parallels because the experts in one field are not going to be experts in another field. So I'm curious, in your case, was there someone who already knew about fluid dynamics, or how did you get that expertise from a very different field to know that there was a connection?
Oh, that is a great question. I believe that all of us not really familiar with fluid dynamics. One of the authors, Professor Basu, is working in algebraic geometry, and he's organized a workshop in that topic. And in that workshop, some other experts in that field, they see the know the connection between fluid dynamic and AG code, algebraic geometry in general. And we found the connection between secure computation and nomination house to the fluid problem. So that's why we see the connections.
Take the rest of the questions offline. I need to move to the next talk. So let's thank Hai again. The next talk is on the round complexity of fully secure solitary MPC with honest majority by Sai Krishna, Badrinayan, Payo Miao, Patyai Mukherjee, and Divya Ravi, and Divya will give the talk.
Hello everyone. So this talk is about the round complexity of fully secure solitary MPC based on a joint work with Sai Krishna, Pehan, and Pratyay. So this is an MPC session. We know that this is a technique to allow a group of parties to securely compute a joint function on their private inputs. Now solitary MPC is just a special case of standard MPC, but in this special case, you are trying to compute functions where the output is supposed to be obtained by a unique designated party. And we are trying to understand if you want to compute functions of this kind, if we can do better in terms of feasibility and efficiency as compared to standard MPC protocols where everyone gets the output. So this, trying to understand whether there's a gap between these two notions in terms of feasibility between standard and solitary MPC, this is something that has only recently started being explored. For instance, there is this classic impossibility result by Cleve, which says that the strongest notion of full security or guaranteed output delivery, where no matter what the adversary does, he cannot prevent the honest parties from obtaining the output. So it has been known since quite a long time now that this is impossible in case of dishonest majority, and this had been studied for the case of standard MPC. And what Halevi and others showed in a recent work is that even if the function is in a way that only one party is supposed to get the output, still this impossibility holds, and you cannot get GOD in dishonest majority. So what this means is that if we still want to aim for this strongest notion, we will need to look at honest majority. And further, it's known from existing results that you would have to assume either the presence of a broadcast or a public key infrastructure. So now let's focus on the round complexity of protocols achieving GOD in honest majority. Now say that you have both broadcast as well as PKI. Then 2 rounds are known already to be necessary and sufficient in both the standard case where everyone gets the output as well as the solitary case. And the focus of our work was to try to understand if we remove one of these 2 assumptions, then what happens to the round complexity landscape. So say we begin with the setting where you have broadcast, but we remove the PKI, then what happens? So for the case of standard MPC, 3 rounds was already known to be necessary and sufficient in this setting for GOD. And we wanted to see if we can do better in case of solitary MPC. And in our work, we actually have a negative result because we showed that 3 rounds continues to remain necessary to get GOD in this setting, even in the case of solitary MPC. So we show the lower bound for these 3 rounds, but the upper bound follows from the upper bound for standard MPC, because standard MPC implies solitary MPC. Another contribution that we had is that these 3-round upper bounds, they actually use broadcast in all the 3 rounds. So we also had another contribution trying to understand the optimal use of broadcast. And we showed that broadcast is necessary among these 3 rounds. It's necessary only in the first 2 rounds, but it can be avoided in the last round. So that's about the setting where you have broadcast, but you don't have a PKI. Now let's move on to the setting where you have a PKI, but you don't have broadcast. And in the case of standard MPC, it's already known that T+1 rounds are actually necessary to design such a protocol with GOD. Here T is the number of corruptions. So what this basically means is that you cannot get constant round protocols with GOD in case of standard MPC. And we want to see if we can do better in the solitary case. And here we had a positive result, because here it turns out that you can in fact design constant round protocols. And we showed a 5-round construction. And we also have a lower bound showing that 4 rounds are necessary. So you see that there is a 1-round gap, and this is still open about whether the optimal complexity is 4 or 5 in this case. And I must comment that in our lower bound, it holds only if you assume you have at least 3 corruptions, and the landscape is slightly different in the special cases when you have only 1 or 2 corruptions, but I will refer you to the paper for our results related to these special cases. This is basically a summary of our results, and for the rest of the talk, I want to give you the design of this 5-round construction. So let's now only think about the setting where you have a PKI, but you don't have broadcast, and we want to design this 5-round upper bound for GOD in solitary MPC. Our approach is that we actually begin with the 2-round protocol of Gordon and others, and this was a standard MPC protocol giving output to everyone, and it uses both PKI and broadcast. So let's start with this and then try to remove broadcast from this. So they actually rely on this tool called decentralized threshold fully homomorphic encryption. So here, as a part of this special PKI setup, everyone has access to this public key, but the secret key is shared among the parties. So for simplicity, I'm showing you here the design for 3 parties with 1 corruption, but it's generalizable to any honest majority setting. So now, assuming that the parties already have this as a part of the setup, what they do in their first round is that parties use the public key to compute an encryption of their inputs, and in the first round, they broadcast these input ciphertexts. And now, once you have done this, due to the homomorphic property, anyone can locally compute on these input ciphertexts to get the output ciphertext, which is nothing but the encryption of the output. And now, once this is done, in the second round, what every party does is that he uses his share of the secret key to partially decrypt this output ciphertext. And the second round is basically the broadcast of these partial decryptions. Now, the threshold property of this scheme is that if you combine T+1 of these partial decryptions, then the decryption would actually work and you can get the output. So intuitively, why this gives GOD is because if the corrupt party does not cooperate in giving his partial decryption, the remaining parties are still enough for you to get the output. So let's begin with this, and we want to try to remove the broadcast. And let's start with the second round because that's simpler. And since we are in the solitary case where we only want this designated party Q to get the output, it's easy to remove broadcast in the second round, and you can just make the parties send this partial decryptions over point-to-point channel to Q. That should be enough for Q to get the output. So getting rid of the broadcast in the second round is really straightforward. Now let's move on to the first round and understand what happens if these input ciphertexts were exchanged over point-to-point channel instead. Then what a corrupt P1 could do is he could compute an encryption of a different input and send it to P2. And now the problem would be that these 2 honest parties, P2 and Q, they have a different view of the input ciphertexts. So they would come up with a different output ciphertexts, and their partial decryptions would not be aligned with respect to the same set of inputs. So no matter what, we need to make sure that the honest parties are agreeing on the same set of input ciphertexts. So it seems that you would need something like broadcast for them to agree, but broadcast is known to require T+1 rounds, so it seems that we are again heading towards this non-constant round barrier. But the way that saves us is, what we focus on is that we are in the solitary case and we are only concerned about an honest queue getting the output. So we want the honest parties to agree as long as queue is honest. If queue is corrupt, we don't mind if the honest parties realize that they're not agreeing and they abort. So the idea is to kind of use an honest queue to emulate this effect of having a broadcast. So for instance, if somebody already told me in advance that queue is honest, then what I could do is I could make these parties send these input ciphertexts over point-to-point channel to queue, and then make queue forward it back the set of input ciphertext to everyone. And I can do this because the honest queue will definitely distribute consistent information when he's asked to. So the honest queue is kind of emulating this broadcast effect. And then if we do that, then as before, we could send the partial decryptions in the end. And this 3 rounds would actually work if we knew that queue was honest. But of course, we don't know that, and queue might be corrupt. So what we need to do is make sure that a corrupt queue cannot do any harm, and in particular, he cannot get multiple evaluations of the function with respect to different set of inputs. So a corrupt queue, how would he try to get multiple evaluations? He would try to get it by changing either the input of other parties or changing his own input. Now we can make sure by using signatures that by making people sign on their input ciphertexts, we can make sure that the corrupt queue cannot change the input on behalf of honest parties. But with respect to his own input, he could still, for example, have 2 versions of his own input ciphertext, and he could sign both of them and send it to 2 different parties. So to make sure that he doesn't do this change with respect to his own input, we make the parties exchange the information in the next round among themselves and cross-check that there does not exist 2 input ciphertexts from queue with both valid signatures. So these measures already take care of making sure that queue can in some way not play around with his own input nor with other parties' inputs. But what he can still do is, for instance, he could tell P2 that P1 sent him nothing. And from the point of view of P2, he does not know if Q is lying or P1 is in fact corrupt and indeed did not send the input ciphertext to Q. So this kind of situations are problematic because you can never prove that you got nothing from another person over a point-to-point channel. So the way that we fix this is by having another round in the beginning where the parties are exchanging the input ciphertexts. And once they do that, instead of sending just their own ciphertext, we make them echo whatever they got in the first round to Q. And in the third round, when Q is forwarding this set of encryptions, we demand that he should include a party's input ciphertext, not only if he got it directly from them in the first round, but we force him to include it even if he has got it indirectly through a different party in the second round. And why this helps is because of the kind of situation we saw earlier. Take, for example, that P2 had seen a ciphertext from P1, so he would have forwarded it to Q in the second round. And now Q cannot claim anymore that he has no ciphertext from P1 because P2 has sent a version of it to him. So this condition is the part that ensures that P2 will not be confused anymore and would not feel obliged to help an honest Q because he would see that Q is including whatever at least he has forwarded. So this is kind of the main idea, like the main design of our 5-round upper bound. So to summarize, basically in this work, we looked at round complexity of solitary MPC with GOD, and we looked at what happens if we remove one among PKI or broadcast, but we don't have both. And we looked at the ideas of the 5-round construction. And for the other results, I would refer you to look at the paper. Thank you for listening.
Questions? Okay. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next talk is on secure computation of solitary output functionalities with and without broadcast by Bar Alon and Eran Omri. And Bar will give the talk.
Okay, thank you. And so today I'm going to talk about secure computation of solitary output functionalities with and without broadcast. And this is a joint work with Eran Omri. So solitary output computation was first defined by Alevi, Shaiko, Shilevitz, Makrianis, and Rabin. And in these settings, the set of parties wish to compute some function in such a way that only one party obtained the output. So, for example, you can consider a server that wants to do some analysis over its users' data. And we want that only the server to obtain the output. And we want to maintain some security properties, such as correctness, or we want to maintain the privacy of the user's inputs. And maybe we even want to guarantee output delivery, meaning that if the server is honest, then he will always get the output. And this should hold even if some of the users are malicious and are trying to disrupt the computation. So what do we know? What do we already know? So the famous results by Godrach, Mikali, and Vigderson, they showed that assuming there is an honest majority, then every function can be securely computed, even without solitary output functionality. However, there is the hidden assumption that there is a broadcast channel available to the parties, meaning that every party can send the same message to all of the other parties. But this assumption, we have two assumptions here that raises two natural questions, which are the questions we ask in this paper. The first one is, what if there is no broadcast channel, but there still is an honest majority? What functionalities can be computed in this setting? And the second question is, what if there is a broadcast channel, but now there is no honest majority? So again, what can be computed securely in this setting? And these two questions are actually very, very hard. So in this paper, we focus only on the three-party setting. So we'll have three parties, and depending on the setting, we'll have either one corrupted party or two corrupted parties. So let me quickly go over our results. So for the first setting where there is no broadcast channel, we provide both positive and negative results. I won't go into the actual results themselves, it's a bit technical. But what's interesting is that we do obtain a characterization of two interesting families of functions. The first one is where the output receiving party A doesn't have an input. We provide a complete characterization for this family. And for the second family that we have a characterization is where the output receiving party A may have an input, but the output is now limited to being either 0, 1, or 2. For the setting where there is a broadcast channel, and now there may be two corrupted parties, we show that actually every functionality that we have shown to be securely computable in the previous setting can also be securely computable in this setting. So in particular, this means that every functionality where A doesn't have an input or where the output is either 0, 1, or 2, if it can be computed in the previous setting where there is no broadcast channel, then it can be computed in this setting where there is a broadcast channel but no honest majority. And in fact, we can even slightly generalize the positive results, and this results in an improvement of Levi et al.'s paper for the three-party setting. Okay, so for the rest of this talk, I'm going to focus on the no broadcast setting. So we assume that we have three parties, only one of them obtained the output, there is no broadcast channel, and at most one party can be corrupted. So let me give you a quick overview of what we already knew. So first of all, if there is no broadcast channel, then the result of Lamport, Shostak, and Pease, they show that the broadcast functionality cannot be computed securely. Second, in 2016, Cohen, Eitner, Omri, and Rotem, they considered the general multi-party setting, assuming an honest majority, and they consider symmetric functionalities where all parties obtain the same output, and they provide a complete characterization of this setting. So why am I telling you about these two results? These are not solitary output. However, they're both using the hexagon argument, or its generalization, which we're also using in this paper, and I'm going to go back to later in the talk. So another result, in a joint work with Cohen, Omri, and Suad, we considered the setting where two of the parties obtain the output, and we provide the necessary and sufficient conditions for secure computations, and some of the results actually do apply to the solitary output setting, however, they're not that very general. And finally, Fritzi Garay, Maurer, and Ostrovsky, they defined a functionality called convergecast, and they show that it implies the broadcast functionality, which means that it actually implies that every other functionality can be securely computed. And in particular, by the previous result of that I showed on the previous slide, it means that convergecast cannot be securely computed. So now I'm going to talk about our techniques. Essentially, our main technique for the no broadcast setting is that we take the hexagon argument that was previously used to show the impossibility of broadcast, and we give it somewhat of a new interpretation that will allow us to prove impossibility results for the solitary output setting. So first, to give you some background, so the hexagon argument is a technique for proving impossibility results, which was originally used in the distributed computing literature. It was first used by Fisher, Lynch, and Merritt. And like I told you earlier, it was used to rule out agreement, where all parties output the same value. And because we consider solitary output setting, we don't actually care about agreement because there's nothing to agree about. What we do care about is security. So we want the protocol to maintain several security properties such as correctness, privacy, and guaranteed output delivery. And very, very roughly, the way that we show that the protocol, that there is no secure protocol for computing certain functions is that we will leverage in some way the correlations in the views between the parties interacting in the protocol. So now I'm going to give you like a pictorial proof of our impossibility results. I'm going to do it for the setting where the output receiving party has no input. So this is our setting. We assume that there is a secure protocol computing this function f that depends only on two inputs, y and z. And what we're going to do is we're going to analyze this protocol and obtain some necessary conditions that f must satisfy, and this is how we obtain our impossibility results. So the first thing we do is consider two copies of the protocol. So these are two honest copies of the protocol in an honest execution. And now what we're going to do is we're going to reconnect the wire. So instead of having B and C prime talk to each other, we're going to let B and C prime now talk to each other. And instead of B and C talking to each other, we're letting C and B prime talk to each other. And the entire interaction here, every party acts like an honest party would in the original three-party protocol. So you can think that in some sense we're analyzing how honest parties behave in an inconsistent system. So the inconsistent system being this hexagon protocol. And now the second observation that we do is, which was also in the original hexagon argument, is that for every set of 4 consecutive parties, they can actually be emulated by a malicious adversary corrupting the appropriate party in the original three-party protocol. So for example, this set of 4 parties can be emulated by an adversary corrupting A. And if the honest parties B and C hold Y and Z prime respectively, then the entire interaction on the left is the same as the same interaction as on the right. And this is where the original protocol actually, the original hexagon argument ends. You consider other tuples of 4 consecutive parties, and you immediately get a contradiction. What we do is we go a step further, and we somehow apply the security definition of MPC. So first, we're going to only look at the output of the A on the right. So I remind you, he's an honest party. He acts like an honest A would in the original three-party protocol, so in particular, he should have an output. So this means that the adversary A on the left, that imagine in its head all of these 4 parties, he can actually ask the entire view of A. And so we can compute this output. We can generate an output that is identical to whatever A outputs on the 6-party protocol on the right. And now what we do is we apply the security definition for this adversary. So we want to say that he didn't, intuitively, he didn't learn more than whatever the output tells him. So this can be written in a succinct way. I won't go into the full definition because we don't have the time. But it means that there exists some simulator that starts with the knowledge of whatever A knew. So the knowledge that he holds is the original inputs of the two parties that he imagined in its head, which is y prime and z. But he also learns the output of f over the honest party's input, which is y and z prime. And given these three values, he should be able to, the simulator should be able to output an output that is indistinguishable from whatever A outputs on the six-party protocol on the right. And then what we do is that we consider this for all possible six adversaries corrupting four consecutive parties. I won't go into the details because it's a bit complicated, but essentially all of those six simulators that we get should output indistinguishable values because they all correspond to the same A on the right. And so we can analyze them in some way to obtain our necessary conditions. But I won't have time to go into that, so let me summarize. So we consider solitary output three-party functionalities, and we had two settings. The first setting being where there is no broadcast channel, but only one party may be corrupted. And we showed both positive and negative results in this setting. We don't characterize all the functionalities. There's still a gap in general between the positive and negative results. However, for the two families of functionalities, well, the first one where A doesn't have any input, and the second one where he might have an input, but the output is restricted to be in one of three values, the two results actually do provide a characterization. And for the second setting that we consider, there is a broadcast channel, but now two of the parties may be corrupted. And what we've shown is that every functionality that can be that we've shown to be computable, securely computable in the original, in the first setting where there is no broadcast channel, can also be computed in the second setting where now there is a broadcast channel but no honest majority. This also improves previous results of Levital for the three-party setting, like I mentioned earlier. However, we don't know if this is part of a more general phenomenon. Namely, if I give you a secure protocol without broadcast against one corruption, can we always construct a secure protocol assuming a broadcast, but now it can tolerate two corruptions? So I think this is an interesting open problem. And that's it. Thank you.
Questions? Okay. So let's thank Bar Alon and move to the next talk. So the next talk is about three-party secure computation with friends and foes by Bar Alon, Amos Beimel, and Eran Omri, and Bar will give the talk.
Thank you. So now I'm going to talk about three-party secure computation with friends and foes. This is joint work with Amos Beimel and Eran Omri. So this talk I want to start with a story. This is a story of three homers. Each of the homers is holding an input, and for this specific story, I want you to think of this input as a password to their bank accounts. So they're going to perform some online transaction using their bank accounts. So the way they're going to do this is using a secure multi-party computation protocol, and we assume that this MPC protocol can tolerate one corrupted party. So just like any other MPC protocol, this one also starts with the parties sharing their inputs. So the homer on the top first shares its input to Z1 and Z2 and gives it to the other two parties. But now the excited homer is getting tired. He doesn't want to participate in this protocol, and so he goes to bed. But from the perspective of the other two parties, he actually aborted. He doesn't participate in the protocol at all, and because the protocol is one secure, they actually continue on their own. So they finish the interaction between themselves, and now each of them goes to its own way. But now this sleepy homer gets up. He's a bit angry that he missed the computation. And because he didn't learn anything from the interaction, he can't do anything about it. But he realizes something. He realizes that he holds one of the shares to the bank account, to the password of the bank account of the third Homer. And so what he does is to send this share to the other Homer. And now this other Homer realizes that he holds two shares of the bank account password. And so we can now use this to buy many donuts. Okay, and what's interesting is that this is actually allowed. So according to the security definition of MPC, this protocol is actually considered secure even though one of the parties learned the input of the other party. And why is that? So the reason is that the security definition states that the adversary doesn't gain more information than he should. The definition states nothing about what the honest parties learn. And because the adversary is malicious, he can send whatever messages he wants, including this Z1, which he was not supposed to send. Okay, so at this point you might say, well, this sounds true, but why can't we just solve it by considering a two-secure protocol? So there are two reasons why we don't want to do this. So first of all, it might be less efficient. So sometimes we can even prove that dealing with larger corruption thresholds require more rounds of interaction and maybe more larger messages to send. However, this might actually even be impossible. So, and indeed, in the example of the three Homers, if they want to toss a coin, then they won't be able to do this against two malicious parties. And so, in a previous work, in a joint work with Omri and Paskin-Cherniavsky, we addressed this exact issue and we proposed a new security definition for MPC, which we called security with friends and foes, or FAF security for short. Basically, we want security against friends and foes alike, because we want to protect honest parties from other honest parties as well. And very, very roughly, TH FAF security requires two properties to hold. So first, we want that standard security against T malicious parties, just like before. But now, after we fix the adversary that corrupts these two T malicious parties, we also want that for any subset of size at most H of the other uncorrupted honest parties, we want them to, that they don't learn more information than they should. And this should hold even if the adversary sends not prescribed messages, and even if it does it after the protocol had already terminated, like in the example I gave at the beginning of the talk, where he sent the messages completely after the parties, each of the parties went on its own way. Okay. And in the same work, we also provided a theorem, which is also related to this paper. So under standard assumption, we have the following. So if 2t plus h is strictly less than the number of parties participating, then we show that any functionality can be computed with TH5 security. Conversely, if this inequality doesn't hold, then there exists some functionality that cannot be computed with TH5 security, and this holds even if the malicious parties are in the minority. And in particular, this also holds, you can think of the three-party setting where there exists a functionality that cannot be computed with 1-1 FAF security. But these two results raise a very natural question, which is the main question of this paper. So namely, if 2t plus h is at least the number of parties, which functionalities can be computed with TH FAF security? Can we characterize the set of functionalities that can be computed for this regime Okay, so just like in the previous talk, this is also a very hard question. So we limited ourselves to the special case of the three-party setting. So we consider three parties, and we want 1-1 FAF security. So one malicious party and one semi-honest party. But we also mostly consider the setting where there are only two inputs. So one of the parties doesn't have an input. And finally, we want that all parties to obtain the same output, in contrast to the previous two talks where only one of them obtained the output. Here we want all of them to obtain the same value. And just because in the last talk we considered the no broadcast setting, here we do assume a broadcast channel. So this is a more standard model of computation. So Now I want to talk about what we've shown in this model. So our first result is a compiler from the two-party setting. So we showed that if you give me a secure protocol in the two-party setting, and for technical reasons, we need it to be secure against both malicious and semi-honest adversaries, then we can compile it into a three-party protocol that is 1/1/2 secure. And the reason that this is not trivial is because we also need the third party, the one that doesn't have an input, to also obtain the output. And apparently it turns out that you can't just let these two parties to just execute the original two-party protocol between themselves and let the third party knows the output. It turns out that it doesn't work. And just as an example, Yau's millionaires problems, where we want to compute whether or not X is at least Y, it was shown to be securely computable in the two-party setting by Gordon, Hazai, Katz, and Lindell. And so our results show that it can be computed with 1/1/2 security in the three-party setting. We also provide some additional positive results. So this is the result from the previous slide. But we also consider the Boolean setting, Boolean functionalities, where the output is either 0 or 1, and we provide several sufficient conditions for 1/1/2 security. And again, this is a complicated, the statement is a complicated statement, so I'll only give an example. So equality can be computed with 1/1/2 security, and this is not implied by any of the previous results, not the compiler or previous papers. So you might say, well, maybe everything can be computed. Maybe this is a trivial setting. So we also provide some negative results. Our first negative result is a lower bound on the round complexity. We show that generally speaking, we need a super logarithmic number of rounds in the security parameter to compute functionalities with 1/1/2 security. And again, as an example, the equality function from the previous slide also needs a super logarithmic number of rounds to compute it. And finally, we also show an impossibility result. We show that if we assume one-way permutation, then there exists a two-input functionality that cannot be computed with 1/1/2 security. Okay, so now I want to talk about the conceptual contribution that we've made. It's called the dealer model. We basically define a simple model that is equivalent to the real model. So this means that if you give me a secure protocol in one model, I can construct a secure protocol for the same function in the other model. And we use this dealer model to then prove all of the other results that I just showed you on the other two slides. So in this model, the parties don't interact with each other, rather they interact via a trusted dealer. And the interaction in this setting is very, very limited. And in particular, this also limits the adversary. So now the malicious adversary is actually a fail-stop adversary, meaning that he acts honestly but may abort prematurely. And he may also change its input. But what's nice about this dealer model is that it's actually much simpler to analyze than protocols in the real model. And one reason is that it actually avoids implementation of cryptographic primitives. So we don't actually need signature schemes and oblivious transfer to implement protocols in the dealer model, like we do need in the real model. And the second reason is that it turns out that the malicious adversary doesn't receive any messages in the dealer model. So intuitively, this is because he only corrupts one party out of three. So he's in the minority, so we define the dealer model so that he receives no messages, and so when he decides to abort, it depends only on its input and its randomness. And this is in contrast to similar dealer models that were considered in the literature, where they were considered for standard security, and there the adversary did receive messages from the dealer, and intuitively this was because he corrupted a majority of the parties. So let me tell you how the dealer models works. So an R-round protocol looks like this. So we have three parties, and now all of three of them can have inputs. And we have a fourth party, which is the dealer, that is a trusted party that the adversary cannot corrupt. So in round 0, the three parties just send their inputs to the dealer. Then for every other round, the interaction is as follows. The dealer goes to the first party and asks, continue or abort. An honest party will answer with continue. He then goes to the second party and asks continue or abort. An honest party will answer with continue. And finally, he goes to the third party and does the same. An honest party will ask continue. If the third party did send continue, then we move to the next round. And this is it. This is the entire interaction in the dealer model. At round R, the dealer tells them the output, and that's it. So the only thing that I need to tell you is what happens when there is a malicious party that actually sends a abort. So let's assume that the adversary corrupts the first party, and he sends an abort at the beginning of round I+1. So now the dealer needs to tell the other parties their output. And this is going to be the output of the computation. But this is not the only thing that the dealer sends to them, because I'm reminding you that we care about FAF security here. And one of the attacks in FAF security is that the malicious adversary can broadcast its view to all of the other parties. And so we want to emulate that in the dealer model as well. And so what we do is let the dealer send some succinct version of the views. So these are not the actual views of an entire protocol, but these are more succinct versions of it. The only bits that we actually care about, it turns out we can identify them. And one last thing is that both the output and the view, the succinct view that the dealer sends to the parties, depends on all three inputs and the round in which the adversary decided to abort. And then we show that this dealer model is equivalent to the real model. So if you give me a secure protocol in one model, I can construct a secure protocol in the other model. And then we can use this simpler dealer model to prove all of our other results. So let me summarize this talk. So we considered a three-party setting, and we cared about 1-1 FAF security. So we've shown both positive results and negative results. For the positive results, we showed a compiler from the two-party setting. We showed how to compile any secure two-party protocol into a 1-1 FAF secure three-party protocol. And we also identified a new class of Boolean functionalities that can be computed with 1-1 FAF security. And for the negative results, we first provided a lower bound on the round complexity. We showed that generally we need super logarithmic number of rounds. And we showed that there exists a three-party functionality that depends on two inputs that cannot be computed with 1-1 FAF security. And that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you again. Next, we have a soft merge of two works. One of them is DORAM Revisited, Maliciously Secure RAM MPC with Logarithmic Overhead by Brett Falk, Daniel Noble, Rafi Ostrovsky, Matan Steppel, and Jacob Zhang. And the other one is three-party secure computation for RAMs, optimal and concretely efficient by Atsunori Ichikawa, Ilan Kolmagodsky, Koki Hamada, Ryo Kikuchi, and Dai Ikarashi. And Daniel and Atsuki will give the presentations.
Thank you. Yes, so today I am presenting a distributed oblivious RAM, or DORAM protocol, that is secure against malicious adversaries. This is, in a sense, the joint first maliciously secure DORAM protocol. Atsunori, immediately after me, will be presenting another maliciously secure DORAM protocol. But prior to this, all of the DORAM protocols were in the semi-honest setting. This is the joint work with Rafi, Matan, and Jacob. So what is DORAM? I assume that the audience is generally familiar with the MPC setting, so there is some ideal functionality. We have a protocol that we want to use to simulate this, and some threshold of the entities in the protocol are corrupted, and we want to show that the behavior of the protocol will be indistinguishable from the ideal functionality. A DORAM is simply this where the MPC in question is of a RAM. So we want secure some kind of secure memory, that is really its secret shared memory, and we want to be able to access it in secret shared locations and update it. Now, this is very useful. Historically, MPC was represented in the circuit model, and that created good generic constructions, but a lot of functionalities are not efficiently represented as circuits. It's a lot more efficient and natural to represent programs in a RAM model, and having access to a secure computation RAM allows you to do this. So concretely, if n is the number of blocks, d is the block size, and kappa is a computational security parameter, we present a protocol that has amortized communication cost of order kappa plus d log n. So this is logarithmic overhead, provided the block size is at least kappa. And we do this in the three-party honest majority setting, where, as I said, one of the parties is malicious. So people familiar with oblivious RAM might immediately start thinking, what are the connections between this and oblivious RAM? So in oblivious RAM, there is a single client and a single server. The client wishes to store its data on the server so that its physical access patterns on the server leak no information about its virtual access patterns. Now, it is possible to convert any ORAM into a DORAM simply by simulating the client inside of a secure computation and having one of the parties run the server. This is not the approach we're going to take today. Partly, this has the overhead of simulating the client, but also there's a lot of things that we can take advantage of in the multi-party setting. So we have multiple parties. They can all have significant amounts of memory. They can perform local computation, and they can communicate with each other. So there are certain things that we can do in this setting that we wouldn't be able to do just by taking an existing ORAM and compiling it into a DORAM protocol. So I'm specifically going to look at something called an oblivious hash table. I'm going to show how we can construct a DORAM using oblivious hash tables. I'll then show how we can take advantage of this three-party honest majority setting to construct an oblivious hash table efficiently. And then I'll show how we can do this even if the parties are malicious. So what is an oblivious hash table? An oblivious hash table is basically is very similar to a DORAM, but it has the restriction that each item can only be accessed at most once. This will seem like a very significant restriction, but I'll show that actually we can construct a DORAM from oblivious hash tables. So it is fairly easy, actually, to construct an oblivious hash table. So if we take a normal hash table like cuckoo hashing, in cuckoo hashing, an item is stored in one of two locations. So the number of locations that are accessed doesn't depend on the information that's been accessed. So it's already oblivious in that sense. If the hash functions are actually pseudo-random functions, then the output will be pseudo-random and therefore will not depend on the input. And so revealing the location's access doesn't reveal any information about what was queried. So we additionally need a way to construct an oblivious hash table that leaks no information about the inputs. Obviously, if we access the same location, query the same locations again, we'll access the same locations and this physical locations, and this reveals that we've probably queried the same item, so leaks information. So again, we have this property that each item can only be accessed once. So how can we build a DORAM from oblivious hash tables? We first store all of our items in a large oblivious hash table of size n, and then we're going to make use of a smaller DORAM of size n over 2. Each time we query an item in the oblivious hash table, we will store it in the smaller DORAM. So the smaller DORAM kind of becomes a cache. And each time we do a query, we first search for the item in the smaller DORAM. This means that and then if we find it in the smaller DORAM, instead of querying that item in the oblivious hash table, we access random locations in the oblivious hash table. So this preserves this required property that whenever we are querying the oblivious hash table, we're never going to query the same item twice in the oblivious hash table. Eventually, this DORAM becomes full. We can build it into an oblivious hash table of size n over 2, clear out make the DORAM empty again, and we kind of do the same thing, storing the items again in the smaller DORAM before we any items that we find, we store in the smaller DORAM, and we query the smaller DORAM first. So I've kind of shown you how to implement this, but I've shown you how to implement this assuming that a smaller DORAM exists. So how do we implement the smaller DORAM? We can just implement it recursively. So each DORAM has a DORAM half of its size and a corresponding oblivious hash table. We just continue until we end up with some DORAM that's a small base case, which we can implement using a linear scan. So for those familiar with it, this is exactly the hierarchical solution, first proposed by Ostrovsky in the early 90s, in which there is a sequence of oblivious hash tables of geometrically increasing sizes. I've just kind of described this approach using recursive terminology, but it's exactly the same thing. So this is how we're able to make use of oblivious hash tables. Even though they have this restriction that you can only access an item once, we can use this recursive solution to build DORAMs from oblivious hash tables. Now I'll show you how we can construct oblivious hash tables in the multi-party setting. So we're going to reveal all of the PRF outputs to one party, green, the builder, and this builder can now locally build the hash tables in its head. Note that this is very different from a client-server ORAM where the hash tables have to be built in an oblivious way. Since the builder locally knows the permutation of items to their desired locations, the builder can create, can kind of secret share this permutation. And now we secret share the data between green and pink, and green will send the first permutation to pink, and they can locally perform the permutation on their own shares. Just by locally moving their own data in memory. It can then be reshared between green and blue, who can locally, again, permute their shares according to this permutation. And now we have the data secret shared according to the assignment permutation. And we can then secret share, provide this to pink and blue, who can, during queries, locally access the relevant locations in memory. So by having a single character do the building, we're able to make use of this fact that there's an honest majority of parties. But the problem with this is, what if the builder builds it incorrectly? How do we ensure that this oblivious hash table was actually built correctly? So the first thing we need to check is that each item is in a valid location. We can simply do this by evaluating a PRF inside of a Boolean circuit. There are simple Boolean circuits for evaluating PRFs and doing equality tests, so that solves that problem. The other challenge is we need to make sure that the oblivious hash table actually has all of the contents that we want it to have. So we can do this by constructing a polynomial where the roots are the original elements, another polynomial where the roots are the elements in the oblivious hash table, and then we need to test the equality of these polynomials, and we can do this by the Schwartz-Zippel lemma. If we evaluate the polynomials in a small number of points, if the polynomials are unequal, one of those evaluations is probably going to be unequal as well. So this is how we are able to check it, but I've kind of cheated here. For people who are a bit familiar with MPC, you might notice I'm using Boolean circuits on the left and arithmetic circuits on the right. And these are two fundamentally different approaches in MPC. In arithmetic circuit, multiplications are cheap, Boolean circuits, equalities, etc. are cheap. So how can I be doing both? The answer is I choose a particular field, z2 to the k, where actually Boolean sharings, arithmetic sharings and Boolean sharings are equivalently, and you can swap between them for free. So thank you, and we'll take any questions after the next talk.
We'll move directly to the next talk.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And next talk is about another construction of three-party distributed ORAM. So this is a joint work with Ilan Komagorski, Hoki Hamada, Ryo Kikuchi, and Dai Ikarashi. And so this is today's last talk. So I'm sure that you would be tired. So please relax to attend. Okay, at first, I'm starting with summarize our contribution. So the first one is semi-honest construction with permutation-based oblivious hashing. Unique point of that is new three-party permutation protocol that is simple and efficient. And the second point, second contribution is maliciously secure extension of our three-party semi-honest construction. Comes from cheating detection protocol for the permutation-based hashing. That can be batched into Mac-based MPC. Okay, next, I show a brief summary of known three-party distributed ORAN. In the semi-honest setting, there are many schemes, but I picked up 3 constructions that all of which has optimal log n communication overhead. Unfortunately, Lou-Ostrovsky 13 has a very large hidden constant, so it's not so concretely efficient. And the other 2 has a small hidden constant, but honestly, our hidden constant is slightly larger than Falknovo-Ostrovsky 22. Instead, ours has a slightly smaller computational overhead. On the other hand, in malicious setting, there are 2 schemes. The one is presented by Daniel, and the other is ours. These 2 schemes has independent implementation, but interestingly, they have almost the same complexity. Okay, so I will start to present our scheme. So at first, I will show notation for the secret sharing scheme. And we also assume the 3 crews with 1 imposter among them. And I use in this presentation a double bracket for sharing among 3, and a single bracket for sharing between 2. Also, our construction is depending on role splitting technique that is used in all 5 schemes I summarized. And by this technique, one crew knows one party has full knowledge about the hash construction, but it cannot observe the lookup access pattern. On the other hand, the other 2 parties knows about the access pattern for the hash table, but they cannot know about the structure of hash table. So no imposter can get entire access patterns by itself. So I will talk about our semi-honest build procedure of our oblivious hashing. The input is key value pairs. And at first, parties make hash values of each key. And parties open them to one party. And next, P0 can compute a permutation that is a kind of sorting, such that the pi makes hash values into the hash table. Finally, parties apply pi to the initial input dataset. Then the 2 parties on the right side can get the secret shared table. So this is an overview of and the framework of our hashing. And next, I will talk about our implementation of permutation. The input is share of share of the two parties and a permutation pi. And at first, in offline phase, these two parties share random values that random permutation pi 0 and random array UV that has the same size as D0 or D1 or D2. And also, P0 computes a permutation pi 1 such that the concatenation of pi 1 and pi 2 denotes pi. And finally, P0 and P1 each sends these items to P2. Now, P1 and P2 can obtain the share of the table T, that is pi d. So this is the summary of our construction of semi-honest DRAM. So from permutation to the hierarchical ORAM. And next, I'm going to our maliciously secure extension of our DRAM. Basically, so our purpose is almost achieved by using generic maliciously secure MPC with Mac. That is, so this is because the most of our construction is circuit of MPC. So by using Mac, we can detect cheating by simple arithmetic operations. But we have still one question. How can Mac detect a cheater who has full control over permutation? So this very strong imposter can control and tamper a hash table without injuring a Mac. So here is a key observation. So is it true that the existence of the imposter who tampers the permutation is equivalent to the existence of imposter who can tamper a hash table? It's not true. And the truth is that if there are invalid hashing, so there were imposter who tampered the permutation. In other words, so hash table is valid anyway if the right item is in the right place, whatever the pi is. So by this observation, we can construct a cheating detection process in the oblivious hashing. So for each input in hashing process, parties compute the hash value, and P1 computes the pi, and so parties apply pi to both inputs and hash values. Then parties can compare hash values, that is virtual address of items, and physical address, that is public value, by simple arithmetic operations. So that can be included into Mac evaluation. So this is the summary of our malicious construction. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have time for maybe one or two very quick questions. Okay, let's thank the speaker and all the speakers of this section then.
some announcements. We have the dinner, so there will be staffers in front of the building, and where you turn into the restaurant. The restaurant is between here and your lodgings for those who are staying here. It's basically 1 minute from here. For those who are returning to the city center, at 5:15, there is a bus leaving from the door of the Humanities and Social Sciences building. And there is also a bus after dinner at 7:30, also departing in front of the Humanities and Social Sciences building, both going back to So dinner is not just for those who has responded to say they are coming. Basically, if you feel like coming, I mean, you can come. I mean, if you already made other plans, too bad. But I mean, we welcome everyone here.